All right. Morning, everyone. I'd like to call this committee meeting of the whole to order this morning, Tuesday, December 9th at 8:30 in the morning. I'd like to acknowledge our meeting takes place on the traditional territory of the Alberta. Are there any late items introduced this morning? See any? I'll move to approval of the agenda.
I'll move, your worship.
Moved by Councillor Faccio, seconded by Councillor Vital. Discussion. All in favor of the agenda, and that carries. Items for discussion. There is a recommendation to suspend Council Procedure Bylaw Section 22A to allow for discussion prior to a motion. Motion to that effect, please.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Vital, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion. Discussion.
What's the purpose of this? I'm just kind of curious what we're trying to achieve.
The recommendation and the motion is to suspend Council Procedure Bylaw Section 22A like yesterday. So that would allow discussion on an issue prior to a motion.
Oh, good. Okay. We did that yesterday.
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't here. Thank you for being here. That. And it seemed to go pretty smoothly, so it seemed to work well.
All right. I'll call the vote then. All in favor? And that carries, which takes us to item 5A, which is DEI training with Ms. Kelly Padden. So I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thanks so much. Good morning. Do you have your clickers here? Right. Good morning, everybody. So I have 2 hours of your time, which sounds like a vast amount of time, but isn't. So I appreciate the time. I know you've all heard, because you approved it, of the Building Belonging program, which is what we decided to call it. My name is Kelly Padden. I am the founder and managing director of Equity Strategic, which is a Fraser Valley-based consultancy. I work out of Chilliwack near Cultus Lake. I work all across the valley in British Columbia, as well as do some training on equity and leadership across Canada. So previous to this, my name may be recognizable because of other public service roles, including being the MLA for the area previously, as well as a lot of leadership and public service roles in community living, victim services, working in a lot of different roles throughout our communities in the Fraser Valley, everywhere from Burnaby to Hope, supporting community living and supporting the development of leaders and organizations and groups to be as strong as they can be, as resilient as they can be, and responsive to not only the people that they serve, whether that's customers and shareholders or stakeholders and clients, but also sustainable, especially in a time where changing climate, we're being asked to do more and more with less and less. So how can we bake it in so that it's not an add-on that costs more? It's part of the DNA. So very honored to be here today. The first consultation for Building Belonging. The idea for the plan is that it is co-created. This is not my plan. There's no box that I'm opening and pulling the plan out and trying to make everything fit. This is the first in a series of consultations to create what this will look like for Harrison Hot Springs. And so you'll notice I handed out some things. I'm going to be asking for your feedback, for your information, your thoughts, as councillors and mayor, of course, but also as residents, as people who have, lives and friends and businesses or interactions here in Harrison Hot Springs, and experiences around the world where maybe you've seen other things that have worked really well or not worked. So I'll be asking for that feedback, and I'll be prompting how we can share that. I have built in 3 question periods because I know council will have questions. So I have built in 3 question periods. Just short and sweet. We'll use what we need of them and then move on. So without further ado.
Thank you.
So today, what our goals are as a group as we come together is first understanding IDEA. So DEI is what was the verbiage that was approved. We've added accessibility, and I'll go over the why of that in just a few minutes, but we're calling it IDEA, IDEA. We've added that accessibility. And I want to talk about the journey of belonging, just to anchor us in the work. We're also going to, in that section, go over a few myths, what we are doing and what we're not, because it's very easy to get lost in the mythology around the polarization of DEI. Also, we need to make it real for Harrison Hot Springs. This has to be applicable here. There's no point in having fluff that doesn't apply here, or in trying to build something that we'd have to contort to even make it relevant. And then finally, capturing your priorities and your risks and the measures that we'll be using. So I'll go over the timeline as well as we wrap up so that you can see how everything fits. I hope that everybody's had a chance to take a look at the webpage. If you haven't yet, it will be a very nice encapsulation of the things we're going to touch on today. All right, so first I want to start with the idea. So what is an IDEA framework? So IDEA stands for inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. I can't stress enough how important this is when I was initially doing the work around what the conversations were in Harrison Hot Springs, not only in Harrison Hot Springs, but definitely here as well. And part of it was around accessibility. And as we know, as I'm keenly aware of, everyone is aging into certain limitations of accessibility. So I know it can be, you're turning 35 and you have a bad knee, you're turning 85 and maybe your stability on the ground isn't the same as it was before, maybe you're using mobility aids. That's one kind of accessibility that I think is critical to make sure residents of Harrison Hot Springs can continue to be fully involved in the village. Accessibility also means just being able to access things, whether that's online, in person, remotely, virtually. Because of all the changes, adding accessibility to the DEI framework is required in order to ensure the inclusion, diversity, and equity. So that's been added. Inclusion, when I talk about inclusion, what I'm talking about is people feeling welcome and able to participate. When we're talking about diversity, this is about maybe different backgrounds, different lived experiences, different identities, and all of this is on the webpage. So if you're worried about not being certain, this is pulled directly from the webpage. And having even different perspectives in community. One of the things that's really rich about Harrison Hot Springs is there is a lot of dialogue between residents about what's happening, different feelings or perspectives or ideas about that. And that's a diversity that we can protect here. Equity is about fair access to services and opportunities. And accessibility, as I mentioned, is information and spaces and the processes, and that they work for different needs and abilities. So today we're going to learn the model and we're going to apply it locally and capture your priorities. So we're going to educate and we're going to localize and then we're going to consult. It's just those 3 steps. It's not going to be painful. I'll save that for the staff session. But it's going to be really informative to what we do next. So many residents belong to more than one group, for example. So I want to talk a little bit about intersection and the local context. So everybody has overlapping realities. Maybe you're a business agent, maybe you're aging, maybe it's a health or ability, mobility issue, maybe you speak a different language or a newcomer, maybe there's a power dynamic. I know survivors of violent crime, that adds to the power dynamic. Maybe there's a privilege differential, racism, and are you a visitor, are you a resident, do you live here full time? All of these things come into play, and that's when I'm talking about intersection. Nobody should have to fit cleanly into only one box to be able to access services in an equitable way. I don't only show up one way. I don't only show up as a woman or as a mom or as a business owner. I show up in all of those ways at the same time. And if my health is at issue, or if I'm struggling with an accessibility issue, having to fit only in one box in order to access a service in the village, that is not access and that is not equity. And the design principle around this is to plan for those intersections so people don't have to fit in a box. They don't have to fit in any box, quite frankly. And I do want to take a minute to highlight, when I talk about DEI, when I go, whether it's in a big corporation, whether it's a nonprofit or here in the municipality, when I talk about DEI, people get uncomfortable. And that's okay. I'm here to be comfortable for everybody right now. But because there's so much politicization is a word, right? And so much mythology around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so if you find you're feeling in your body, I'm gonna get a little bit fuzzy for a minute. If you feel like you're getting a little bit uncomfortable in your body, that's okay, because we hear a lot of rhetoric around DEI or IDEA. Ask yourself which piece you're having a problem with. Is it the diversity that you're uncomfortable with because maybe you're not fully aware? Is it the inclusion because you're worried about maybe losing something that you value? Is it the equity because often that doesn't sit well with us because we don't really want to acknowledge how inequitable things can get often? So it's not something you have to share, but I'm available after to talk about it. But just recognize it, and it's okay. It's okay if it's uncomfortable. There are 10 myths that we have posted on the webpage, and huge thank you to the team. That webpage went up so fast and it was ready for the December 1st launch. But there are 10 myths that I talk about on the webpage. And if during our consultations I come across more, I'll be asking to put those up as well, so that residents and business owners and visitors can all go right to the webpage and see their voices and where they expressed things and how it changed what we did next. All right. So what is included? Right now we're working on phase 1. This is a phased approach so that it can be tailored for Harrison Hot Springs at the pace that residents and council and businesses want it to move at. We're very fortunate that the team applied for a grant that's specific to this type of work, and Harrison was awarded the grant, so we're able to do this phase. What is included is developing that shared vision and the principles. This is directly from the webpage again. So what it doesn't include is implementation. So here's where we collect voices and where my goal is to reflect back to residents and council and businesses, visitors, what they've told us they want their IDEA framework to look like. And that will be submitted to council for review and approval. That is the end of phase 1. It does not involve implementation, although the framework will have recommendations that may or may not be adopted. But I just want to be really clear that this is the co-creation of the framework itself, not the implementation. It's about better service quality. It's about fairness and access, and for people who are part of Harrison Hot Springs, who make up Harrison Hot Springs, to see themselves represented in the village in that way as well. We'll be wrapping up by mid-April, so well in advance of any fall shenanigans. And the draft will be available for comment. I'll have 2 documents that I produce. One is the What We Heard report, so that people can look through it, read, see if their voice was properly represented there. And then the framework, which will be based on consultation. That'll be available for council in the spring. Okay, before I go on to the journey of belonging, I just want to take a minute for this. That was a lot of setting the table. Are there any questions at this point? Yes.
Thank you, Kelly. Great presentation so far. Are we actually hoping to do some workshops with the public in the spring?
That's a really fantastic question. Way before the spring. So right now there's the first survey. There's going to be a series of 3 public surveys. The first survey is up. In addition to that, I'm meeting with you here now. In January, I'll be doing a consultation with staff because it's all about service, equity, and fairness. But then there'll actually be 2 sessions open to the public in person. That the staff team is helping me make sure go well. One will be in the afternoon, one will be in the evening, so that we have accessible or equitable access, and that will be the public consultation in person. In addition to that, I'm reaching out to businesses and groups to do small group consultation, and on the webpage it outlines that people who want me to come in to do a small group consultation just have to reach out. I'm very cognizant that this topic can be sensitive for some people, so I want to make consultation very, very simple because I can't do my job if I haven't heard from people. There'll be a second survey after the What We Heard report comes out, where I'm just mirroring what was heard during the consultation to make sure I'm weighting things appropriately, that I'm reflecting what people have actually intended to communicate. And then there'll be a further consultation before the framework is submitted to council for review, for public consultation to determine, did we get it right? Is there anything missing here? So lots of in-person and online consultation, as well as opportunities for individual consultation.
That's great, thank you.
I anticipate that all the in-person consultation will be done by the end of February. Good. Are there any other questions about this section? And all of these slides are available forever. They're yours now. Okay, I want to move on to a little bit of a philosophy, a little bit of an approach. And I'm going to credit Lexa Bergen, who has an incredible company. She's a photographer, she's a disability advocate and activist. She helps organizations when they're talking about belonging and inclusion. The journey of belonging, she has, I'll actually show it here as well. So in the journey of belonging, she makes these little cards that I think sum it up very well in a very accessible way. There are 4 steps. DEI or IDEA frameworks are not about fixing everything, changing everything all at once, making these huge sweeping aspirational declarations that's not useful to the people we serve. Actually making real changes that impact access and inclusion, that for the people we serve, that's the goal. Now, it can seem like a very daunting thing. Sometimes the conversation starts with, well, we don't have a problem. Okay, that can be where the conversation starts. Sometimes the conversation starts with, in certain areas, there might be full exclusion or full segregation. It's not about making everything perfect all at once or doing nothing. Those are not the options we're going to talk about. The option that I think council in their approval have adopted is we just want to move the needle. How, if we are experiencing or identifying exclusion, how can we move that and improve on it to even to improve to segregation, which we don't want, but is a step, or inclusion or belonging. Exclusion is when people are left out completely. So they're not given any access, they can't get into the spaces or use the spaces. Those spaces are actually designed often to keep people out. And historically, we have a lot of systems that are designed to keep people out. They are designed to be exclusive. They are very exclusive spaces. And we even talk about status and status and access of, for example, celebrities, right? It's exclusive. That excludes people. Now, there are situations, you know, if you have a staff-only parking lot, that is technically exclusive, but really could be an accessibility issue for safety and for your staff team. And exclusion in itself isn't necessarily the end of the world. but exclusion that excludes people we serve, especially in accessing services, that is a needle that would need to be moved. And I think that was reflected in the approval from council to develop this framework. Segregation is where people are separated. So we may segregate our recyclables. Segregation in laundry is excellent. It's a fantastic idea so that you don't ruin that white shirt. Segregation with people is when, you know, they might be present or partially present, but they're definitely not included. We know that there's a history of segregation, and the thing I hear the most is, oh, we've fixed that, and we have done a lot to fix it, but segregation still exists. You often see it with different abilities. Inclusion is when the barriers are removed so that everyone can participate, you know, with dignity and differences. But it may not actually resolve the issue of people actually participating and being represented. I worked with one group who was talking about getting more different kinds of representation in politics, generally at a federal level. I'm not talking locally. So how do we get more Indigenous candidates or more women candidates or more candidates from the northern parts of provinces? Well, inclusion would be to say, well, there's nothing stopping them. We've removed the barriers. Anybody can run. But the reality is the finances and the access and the transportation and the cost of even being a candidate in those areas, as well as potentially other limiting opportunities, mean that there's inclusion, but there isn't the next part, which is belonging. So this is when people feel welcomed and valued, and I see the typo there now, and naturally part of the community and can access things. So I like to talk about social capital here. And belonging is when you have some good social capital. So I want you to think for a minute, if your car broke down, I don't know, on the highway, you broke down and it's the middle of the night, or your car won't start in a parking lot in Chilliwack. You went to run an errand. I want you to see if, and just internally, if you can think of 5 people you could call, and if it takes you more than 20 seconds to think of those 5 people, just 5 people that you could call and say, I need help, I need a ride, I need cab fare, like I don't have my wallet with me. Just 5 people that you could call to help you. If you can do those 5 people in under a minute, even, a minute's a long time, you are experiencing belonging. And I just want to say that not everybody has that. Not everybody has 2. Not everybody has 1 person that they'd be able to call that isn't a paid support. And that is a reflection of partially a lack of belonging. So belonging is about building community. It's about social capital. It's about our connection to each other. And it's about valuing not despite our differences, but actually because of them. And that's the framework we'll be working in today. It's not about fixing everything all at once. And it's not about big sweeping statements. So before I flip, I want just to talk about, and this is represented on the webpage, as well as in the current survey. And I encourage everyone to participate in the survey. We want to get those numbers really high. I want to talk a little bit about the difference between symbolic and practical. When I do DEI work or IDEA work, what I hear about are crosswalks and flags and books in libraries and the political rhetoric around, DEI kills everything and we're a meritocracy. And there are symbolic actions and priorities that make it present for residents and businesses, visitors and council. Those symbolic displays of yes, you're included might involve some of those things. They don't always. Other symbolic things that I think the plan or framework might include might be really clear signage. I've seen it in the past involve like Braille on signage, especially along walking paths. Those are symbolic. They're not a policy. when I talk about practical, I'm talking about a system change or a procedure change. So there might be something that is happening when somebody comes up to the front counter and asks a question where they walk away being uncertain about something or have not been able to access it, that is actually just kind of built in. Staff can't do anything about it the way it's built, and the resident is not getting what they need the way it's built. Those are the practical things. That might be a document, it might be a process, it might be some things that we'll talk about, and hopefully I'll hear from you during the consultation portion of the presentation today. But I think it's really important to just name it, that when I talk about DEI, or when I come into a group, everybody's sitting very, very straight usually until I say, okay, I'm not, if you think these symbolic things are the priority, great, I want to hear that. I want to include it, but that's probably not the meat of what we're doing. The meat of what we're doing is going to be able to make sure that residents and businesses and visitors can access village resources, staff, processes, information in a way that's equitable and inclusive. Okay, so why this matters, just a little bit of a recap. Better service, better access, and better trust. I mean, better trust was not the most grammatically correct way, but I was working with the theme there. So it's about transparency and options and information. Okay, so this next section, I've got a lot of post-its here. I will encourage you, I'm just going to touch base with the post-its. So as I'm speaking, whether it's about scenarios, after the scenarios, we're going to have another quick Q&A, and then we're going to get into the work of the workshop, where I'm asking from you. I'm not talking at you as often. As I'm talking about the scenarios, if there's any information that I'm sharing or that somebody else is sharing that's cueing anything, the post-its, I'll set that my office is covered in them already. I have a whole Harrison wall. So things that when I'm reviewing the survey results, I'm jotting post-its, I'm creating groupings and families of themes. It's a very physical coming together of ideas. So if there's an idea that you have, or a question, or anything really, jot it down on your post-it, make a pile. And if you want to share it, like as we're talking and discussing, that's great. If not, I'm going to ask for all of those post-its back. I'm going to take them back, and I'm going to sit with them and lay them out and see where the themes are. And I have been doing this in one way or another for a very long time, years and years and years and years. And I can tell you that there's only twice I've ever been surprised by a theme that's emerged. So if you think it's something brilliant and you want your name on it, write your name on it. But when I do the what you heard report, just so you all know, just so public knows, it's sanitized. I'm not attributing anything to any one person. I just want to reflect where the ideas are, where the fears are, where the priorities are. So that's what the post-its are for. I gave you all 3 cards as well. If you need more, let me know. The red one, I'd like you to use it if there's anything that makes you really uncomfortable. And this is a way to communicate this, or if it's something that you want stopped, whether it's something that's happening that makes you uncomfortable, or whether it's an idea that I'm bringing forward that's making you a little uncomfortable, share it. And you don't have to put your name on this. It's going into the pile with all the other cards. But let me know. And then you have either yellow or orange. Here's where I like it if you see a risk, or if there's a fear attached here. So for example, I'll use something from another municipality, there was a conversation around raising different kinds of flags years ago in Chilliwack. The fear, the concern was that, well, then how do we decide? How do we make it equitable? It's not equitable. We're not going to do that. We're only going to fly these flags. There was a conversation around crosswalks. These are all the touchy, prickly DEI. This is what people, when I hear back, are thinking when I talk about DEI. There was a conversation around crosswalks. Well, who's going to pay for it? What if there's defacement? This doesn't represent everybody. Those were the fears. Those were the risks. So if you see fears or risks, or you can think of a vulnerability, those would be for the orange or the yellow cards. And then the green would be if you, as a resident or a councillor or mayor, of course, or staff, if there's something that you see that seems so obvious, we should do this. This seems so obvious. It might not be easy. Maybe it's easy, but this is your like green light. Let's just go. Let's just do this. So these are kind of for you to have alongside as we move into these scenarios, as we move into the next set of questions, and then as we move into the consultation.
And what are these again?
Those are pretty much when you have a thought, if something comes up that you're thinking about, a thought, an idea, even like a discomfort, but just, it'll go on the wall. And those are for the themes as I'm developing them. So those Post-its often show up in the What We Heard report. Sometimes I'll even quote them, which is great for people to be able to hear their voice. Often when I come and do this kind of work, people think there's already kind of a plan and we're just going to tweak it. And that's not the case. These Post-its and these cards build the plan. So it's going to be made up of community voice, with me hopefully guiding a conversation but keeping it open enough that we're on task, but not directing a result. So, all right, the goal would be for people to be able to see how their voice changed what happened. And my goal will be to reflect that and make it very obvious. Okay, so I'm going to move into some Harrison Hot Springs scenarios. And these are just based on different things that either I've heard or in different conversations. I did a little work here for 4 years. So I did hear some feedback during that time about different pieces. Maybe I read it on social media. Just there are topics that came up that are Harrison Hot Springs specific, but I want to be very, very clear that they are not exhaustive and they may not fully represent all of the diverse opinions about these. I'm just trying to bring up the kinds of scenarios and topics that we'd be looking at. If I'm missing something that you find very, very critical in the scenario, feel free to jot it down. I will incorporate it into the next workshops. Okay. So the first that I'd like to start with, the way that I look at the scenarios is, what's the problem? What could a small fix be? And what would the results be? And this will be important because as we consult, we'll be talking about where the problem is, what the opportunities are, opportunities and risks, potentially. Often things aren't happening a certain way because of a reason, whether historic or current, and then what the result is. So the first one is around like permits and web pages. So the problem, it can be hard to find steps or timelines. This is something that, I hope nobody here is surprised because it's been heard, it's feedback, and it's not unique to Harrison Hot Springs. But a small fix, potentially, that would be in line with an idea framework might be like a plain language page, or all pages being in plain language. You'll notice that the building belonging page is plain language. Or a 3-click rule, which is a design philosophy. If you can't answer a question in 3 clicks, you need to take a look at either the complexity of the web page or the complexity of the problem, and is there a solution? That could potentially be a small fix. Or a what to expect box. So if you're accessing a form, there might be a box that says, okay, what to expect with a general timeline or general expectation. Or one of the things that I know was very frustrating for some clients that I've served in the past is they would do the form they have no visibility into the fact that there's actually 3 more steps between that form and any decision or result. So I guess my first question to you here, I'm going to ask questions at the end of each scenario, is this in line with what you've also heard? Is this in line with some of the conversations that you've been exposed to as well.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Marital. We talked about this yesterday, the word permitting. And maybe there's some improvement that we can do with regards to permitting so that if somebody owns a certain lot in the community and you want to make some changes to it, either as a developer or as a private owner, you can go to a map, some kind of a nice map online, and maybe hover over your address, put in your address, and you get all the information about that lot. That's got to exist. I don't know. You can hover over it and find out the zoning and the problems with that zoning and the opportunities, and send in your questions about that. I don't know.
Okay.
We mentioned this yesterday, make it more seamless for residents and builders and developers to do business here and to find answers about their particular situation.
Okay. So information is power, right? Knowledge is power. Yeah. Okay. Was this scenario a surprise to anybody that why would she use this example? It doesn't happen here. No, I don't think so. Okay.
It's embarrassing to say, but I always ask staff for information and bylaws and that sort of thing. And Tyson, literally a month ago, and I've been in this job for a while, said, "Oh, Mark, all you gotta do is hover over and put in what you want." I go, "Oh, I had no idea. You could actually look up the number of the bylaw." And I found that very helpful. I was embarrassed. I should know these things. But if I don't, then there's probably people out there who don't either.
Well, and that's
And maybe we need a navigation button on our webpage to help people who aren't agile on the internet.
okay. I'm jotting that down. Navigation button or tutorial, because not everybody also would be able to sit there and read and then apply it necessarily. It's not tech friendly, but sometimes even a video tutorial can make all the difference. Okay.
Councilor Patchell.
Yes.
Kelly, the other side of the coin, or what Mark's talking about, is that the general public, you ask them to look up a bylaw or look up a policy, they're really not interested. As long as the tap they turn on, the water comes out, and the toilet they flush, it flushes, really, that's basically what they're interested in. The actual running of the community, our streets are swept, our garbage is picked up, the general stuff, they're all want to paint the walls, it's all being done, it's great. But if you ask them, go on the website and you'll have everything you need there, they're not, some may do it, but the majority, people speak to me, "Leo, just explain to me what this is. I don't understand what this bylaw really means." So you sit and explain it to them, and it's very, then they realize, well, thank you for telling me that, because if I'd have gone to read that bylaw, it's too confusing for me, depending on what the bylaw is, So that's the other side of the coin. I agree with Mark as well that information is very important. Don't get me wrong. Information is extremely important. I think in the past 12 months, our super team that we have here in the village has done a fabulous job of communicating with the public. An outstanding job. So that's coming later when we start asking about this stuff. But that's what I find from the general public is a simple explanation that comes from either the staff or from us if we're pulled up in the street or wherever we are. But getting onto this, I put this scenario of yours on one of our social media sites, the forum, which is a very good site. It's more for information, for public. I got very few likes about it, so they didn't understand it, you see. They didn't understand it or didn't bother to get onto the site to really get into it. So I think it's a very big learning experience for the public at large to get into municipal politics and the backgrounds, what really we have to work with. We have certain procedures, as you know, obviously, MLA procedures, and the way that you have to conduct yourself and how things are run in the community. And for the person on the street walking down here to go to the post office, it's they don't really want to get into all that. They just want simple explanation. Where's the next open house? What are we going there for? Oh, that's great. I'm going to go on that. Or it's a public forum to discuss a certain subject, seniors housing, whatever. Big crowd came, but it was all explained to them there. That's where I'm coming from. That's the other side of the coin. That's the way I look at it when it comes to dealing with the public. Give them. I'm all for information. We do a fabulous job, but they're not into this as deep as we're going into it.
I think you make a few really good points. First is plain language. What you're describing is plain language. So when I use the word plain language, which are the words which aren't actually plain language when I use them because they have a different meaning, is what you're describing. And things like hyperlinks in email replies so that you could just click on the item that is being referred to can make all the difference. Because you're right, at various points in my life where I've had various different levels of stress or responsibility in my personal or family or professional life, I'm not hunting. If I have to hunt, I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
I think that plain language bylaws would be a fantastic project, in that what you're saying is people don't necessarily understand, but you're right that you don't know what you don't know. And the business of running the village is something that people who haven't been involved in it often don't know, but the information should be accessible. But then it's a matter of how do you look for information you don't know is there? And yes, so plain language, making sure that information is available. And it is the relationships as well that will go a long way to helping. But I really appreciate you pointing all of that out. That is, yes, you're getting it. You're absolutely, between access and belonging, that's often the difference. I don't remember who was next.
That's vital.
Thank you, Mayor Tallon. Good to see you, Kelly. I want to emphasize sort of like a couple of our successes so far. And one of those is what appears is called Fun Fact Friday, which, often in our small community that rumors circulate very quickly. And I find that the Fun Fact Friday provides that accurate information, which I think is necessary. Not everybody accesses social media. However, I think that was a brilliant thing that our staff came up with. I also want to emphasize our new accessible playground, which is a tremendous asset to this village. It's all inclusive, even to the point where we have a nonverbal board for nonverbal children that can simply go up and point to whatever it is that they need or what they want. Further to Councillor Facio's comments, I remember when I first got on council, a huge learning curve, and I'm sure you experienced that when you were first MLA. So I find it, we can't have that expectation of our residents or businesses to know how local government works, right? Even simply as our procedural bylaw, right? And, I often think that at the beginning of a term, to have some kind of an orientation for the public to explain what the procedural bylaw is, for example, what a point of order is when that's appropriate, So, couple of thoughts there, Kelly.
I'd love to comment on your last one first. Having a public orientation to procedural bylaws. I don't know how popular it would be. It would depend how good the snacks are. But it could have an additional benefit. And this is part of building belonging. So the additional benefit to that is that could actually be very useful for people who volunteer on boards locally as well, to be able to learn and have that governance kind of orientation snapshot training, which would support your local nonprofits and charities, in addition to supporting the understanding of municipal governance. It could also help with succession planning, give people that first taste, whether they're going to run for council or whether they're going to chair a board in the future. That kind of action can build community in even a broader way than just understanding civic governance. But yes, you're right, the learning curve is very steep, and if it's not, if at any point you're like, okay, I'm done learning, I got it all, probably doing it wrong. And agreed, the Fun Fact Friday is one of my favorite things. But I just want to point out, you're right, not everybody accesses social media, but social media is an excellent tool to seek out information. But, and I don't think there's enough education about this, social media is a money-making venture. And it is designed to create for us as consumers echo chambers that just reinforce our own understanding of the world and beliefs. So social media is cannot therefore be accurate.
Cannot be what?
Accurate.
Yeah.
Because it will reinforce the same that we click on or that we look at. It will reinforce that. It's an echo chamber. The Village, understanding that they have a social media page because that's where people are. So you do your best with the tools that you're given. But social media is not, it's an echo chamber. That's not a truth proposition 9 times out of 10. But hopefully it shares information that can start conversations. And that is where we build community, is when we start conversations. But social media, it's very, very difficult to understand the difference between an opinion and a fact. And very hard to fact check because you're in an echo chamber. You're only ever going to be presented with either things that inflame against what you already believe or support what you believe. So it'll either solidify your position by making you dig in or just reinforce that you're right. And that is what makes money. That is why social media is so popular and is used. And that's okay. It is what it is, but it has its limitations. And building belonging it would be difficult. It's difficult to use social media to build belonging, which is difficult to grapple with because we know for many people who have limitations, maybe mobility wise or whether they can get out, or this is their social outlet. And so knowing the flaws of that social outlet, but it's still being the only social outlet, it's this conundrum. So how do we build belonging there? But social media is a great tool, but it is a limited tool. So I'm glad Fun Fact Fridays are there, but I would actually encourage them, the same kind of work to show up in other places where humans are.
The sad reality though, Kelly, is probably 90% of people wouldn't have heard of this program, Building Belonging, unless they saw it on Facebook.
Yes, absolutely.
2 Fridays ago.
Yep.
So it's a tool that we need
We
to
do
at
need
least
it.
get the link out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I start my day on social media. I use it as a tool for my business, for my consultations. It is a tool. I just think it's one where we need to just acknowledge the limitations of, and just remind ourselves that just because we put it on social media doesn't mean it reached who it needed to reach, and doesn't mean that it's true. So it also doesn't mean it's not true, but it's a fantastic place to start a conversation. I just wouldn't say it should be the only place to have that conversation. Especially when we're talking about building belonging, because we're leaving out huge demographics. So we're leaving out very young who are coming up. If we're on Facebook, we're leaving out the medium young as well, because they're not on Facebook, unless their mom is, and she makes them so like I do. So, and we may be, I think less and less, but we may be leaving out an older generation as well. But I think most, yeah, a lot of people are on. But then as we age into different ability, if our vision's going and we don't have screen reading programs, and then our access to social media declines precipitously because we can't read it anymore. So we can't spend as much time there. So is our connection changing? So all of these things are just considerations. This is a tool. It's a powerful tool, and it is equally powerful to do harm as it is to do good. And I just think we need to acknowledge it. Right.
Just quick, I find this is called catch-22.
Mhm.
I'll just give you a quick example. One day I'm in court with a mortgage on a foreclosure. The judge looks and says their mortgage is far too complicated, the language too complicated. Throws it out, okay? Go back to the office, take a long time, I create a whole new mortgage, all simple language. Year later, I'm in court again, different judge. Looks at the mortgage and he says, this is too simple. You don't have enough legalese in here. So, I mean, what we're talking about, as I say, is a catch-22. You never know.
Yeah.
And that, because people's minds don't work together. They all individually. I understand where you're coming from. This topic will be a long time.
Of course, yeah, we're not solving this problem today.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. And I think acknowledging that people's minds work differently and they come at it with a different perspective. If I'm someone who has been harmed financially or otherwise by the system that I now have to work in, how I approach that and my resistance or defensiveness or even resentment, anger even, shows up before I even walk into the room at that point. If I'm a person who's never had a problem with systems because systems are historically designed for me, the way I show up in that room is going to be very different. So I think, to your point, it's exactly right. Everybody is showing up with a different mindset, and there is no way to have a window into that in the moment that it's happening. So I think the best we can try to do is try, first of all, not to perpetuate or recreate barriers that would funnel people one way or another. Nobody wants to be funneled. That's for cattle. But also provide options. So with a bylaw, and I like how you mentioned the mortgage, thank you for that, because that's a legal document, right? It's a contract. Your bylaws are a legal document as well. And the thing that you can't do is be the interpreter of, a legal decision if you're not empowered or allowed to be the interpreter of a legal decision. So putting bylaws into plain language can be difficult because you wouldn't want to funnel it into one direction or limit the complexity and nuance of it by putting it into plain language, which is where when you're putting things into plain language, you might use examples, or you might say you might a lot, or you might say one option is this, or it might look like that, to describe it rather than try to paraphrase it. Mm-hmm. But that mortgage question, yeah, I can see that happening. And some people really like to dig into the whereases and therefores, and other people are just, explain to me what it means, please. Do I have to separate my recyclables or not? So different people come at it different ways. Thank you for that. All right, with permission, I'm just going to move on to scenario 2. Okay. So this one is one that I've seen on social media as well as heard it in conversation, and it's around council meeting access or meeting access generally. And so the problem identified in very simplistic, not exhaustive terms is timing or access to can make it hard for some people to attend, people who might otherwise be interested in attending. And a small fix, and I've seen different fixes implemented and different things tried and piloted, which I'm a big fan of the pilot. Predictable start times, hybrids, summary recaps. Those are all potential small fixes, but not an exhaustive list. But the result that I think everybody wants is more participation, more transparent communication, and better/easier follow through. Better is a loaded word. How about easier? Easier follow through. And yeah, is that familiar, everybody? So I think one of the things, and you can do it on your Post-its or your cards, or even just think about it and get back to me later, but just one practical step. There's so many different things that could be tried. And one of the pet peeves that I know happen in conversations around complex things where we're talking about trying to make it as accessible for the most people possible. It's not only about timing. It's about people feeling welcome to be there and understanding, well, why would I use my time to be there? Because when I, in the past, would access a bylaw, for example, or go to a meeting, it wasn't because I was having a great day. But maybe I could have had a better day if I had have known I actually had power in that process earlier to change it, if I belonged in that process. So I'll just throw that out there.
Thanks, Kelly. That actually is one of my Post-it notes. Council meetings. Unless there's something contentious, we don't get a lot of people there, but we get anywhere from 6 to a dozen usually. And I get this from people who come. Very poor audio, and that, as someone who wears hearing aids, is a access problem to hear. And I've complained about it for a while, and I really think we need to improve our audio there. It's a big cavernous place where we go. It's not usually in here, and it's difficult to hear. And people have commented that all the time. The seating is very poor, and it's a huge room. And the seating, I think eventually it's going to be in the hallway because the seating keeps going back and back and back. And so the public is 50 yards away, and it's just difficult to have a connection with the people that do come. So I don't think they feel welcomed or heard or being able to hear. And maybe the timing is something that we should reconsider. I know we have a hybrid, but people have commented that it's, they're just getting home from work, and maybe it's something we need to look at again. Maybe we do a survey. I'm not sure.
We're doing one right now.
Maybe we do a survey about to people about how can we make it better and more welcoming and more accessible. There's something else I had too. And maybe, we ought to be honest with ourselves. Maybe the question period at the end, it kind of is redundant when we've already made decisions. I advocate that we do, I don't know if it's a hybrid or we have some sort of an open house before we start. I'm not sure what it is, but people don't feel heard or even have the ability to be engaged meaningfully in the political process.
Okay. And you have Post-its for that. Good. Okay.
Yep, thank you. I'm using this phrase today, the other side of the coin, okay? I've been doing this for over 30 years now. Since after the pandemic, or during the pandemic, we were more or less ordered by the province, you've got to be more accessible to the public. So we did this through the what do you call it, the Zoom meetings, because you couldn't have the public present. If the public did come, you had to do it maybe spaced out the usual. But anyway, the scenario during the pandemic. So the Zoom came into being. The public as a whole are well informed in this community. Now, council's role, they're elected by the public. Let's all remember that, number one. They're elected by the public to do the best job they can for their community. Now, councillors, when they come to a meeting, they have an agenda. And strictly speaking, no, well, they do, but you shouldn't be discussing that agenda prior to the actual you making a decision at the council meeting. So for me, this is me, and respectful to the community members, for a community member to tell me what I should be saying prior to me making a decision. What do you want a council for? Why would I bother to sit there for the evening to make decisions that prior to the meeting, they want to have their say? No, the idea is after the meeting, you have that question period, and prior to council meetings, you can send written correspondence in if you wish, which is normally, if you ask for it, goes on the agenda. We get lots of correspondence there and again, and also if at the will of the corporate officer and the mayor, you can come as a delegation, depending on what the delegation is to be discussed. If it's something that's been discussed previously, well, obviously that's going to be refused. So you have that option as well to approach the council. And councillors, as we know, are approached in many ways. Probably Mark was hounded when he had the chocolate shop, people asking questions and that. So and then he ran for council, and he's probably still getting calls like most of us do. And we give the best information we can, or we get it from our staff. So, like I said earlier, the public in this community is so well informed from what it used to be. We all tried our best over the years to inform the public in the best way we can. I mean, we've gone from, unless it's something like it was with this housing situation, now we're down to maybe, unless it's people who are going to speak to us like yourself, Kelly, or community services, it's probably more now, if you're lucky, 5 people at the council meetings. So, you know, no, I'm not going to stand for this situation that the public is not well informed, or they're not getting an opportunity to speak. They have lots of opportunities to speak. I know our CAO probably has many people over the course of the year that comes here to speak with him, or certainly probably our mayor, as the mayor, does as well. So that's another way of approaching it, either through the staff or through his worship or through a councillor.
So I want to bring it back to belonging, and I hope I'm not being misunderstood. I'm not saying there aren't avenues for people to contribute. What I'm saying is that if people feel like they're having a hard time accessing, it's that feeling where they can contribute ideas into how it would be different. And I understand that often, especially in systems of governance and civic, provincial, federal politics at any level, quite frankly, there is an established way of doing things that the public may or may not fully understand. Keeping in mind that most people do not reach out to their municipality or their council and mayor unless something's going wrong. And when something's going wrong, if there's a crisis, it's very difficult to be told, go back and figure out what this 100-year-old process is, or 200-year-old process is. And I would suggest that would limit inclusion and access and that belonging. Because what you want to do, what I've heard everyone here say in one way or another, is building community, building community, building community. That means building belonging as well for your businesses, for your residents, for visitors. And so I'm not saying there's anything wrong with systems that work for people. What I'm saying is there anything that could change that would make it better, not just for residents, but for you as councillors, for mayor, for the staff team, for everybody's access and belonging? And sometimes the argument of, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, this is an aside. Sometimes the argument of, well, this is the way it's done, and so people have to do it this way, not always a valid argument. There's a lot of ways. You brought up, yes, I was the MLA. The way it was done previously, women weren't allowed in that building. So that argument at that point would have limited access and inclusion and belonging. And that's the opposite of what the Village of Harrison Hot Springs endeavors towards. So, and you see it with your work in tourism, with your work in business, with your work on your staff teams, you see it reflected that, no, we want to bring people closer, not limit. So that already exists here. And so the conversation, not about necessarily, it's definitely not about throwing up the baby out with the bathwater, but where are there opportunities that allow the goal to be met, the decorum or process, because that is, due process is the requirement, a requirement of council as well. So we don't want to interfere with that. But are there things around the outside where we could work? Could we open the screen and have subtitles? It's already hybrid. Could we have the screen with subtitles? Is that, and I'm throwing out an idea. I'm not saying this is possible in that setup. Just that would absolutely not interfere with anything if the technology is available in that space. But it might help with the auditory because it might not only be hearing, it might be an auditory processing issue as well. So to be fully inclusive, what would that look like? It could be as simple as Zoom. Zoom will write you a summary. You just turn on the AI and Zoom. Now there might be storage issues with Zoom in particular, things like that. So yes, there are rules and regulations that continue to need to be followed. All I'm saying is if that technology exists in one place, it likely exists in another acceptable place. So those are the tweaks we're talking about, not about, this is not a critique of what is, it's a discussion of what is possible. I just want to be really transparent that the council's work, this council, previous council, reflects a desire to bring people closer, to have them be part of the work. This is too much work for 5 individuals, right? So, but I really appreciate the intervention, thank you. And it's a good reminder because it's important how we speak about this as well.
Well, we're all looking at different ways to deal with things this morning, obviously, so.
Which is perfect.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here, because I get to collect it. I get to collect the voice, so thank you. All right, anybody else before I move on to the next scenario? Okay, I'm gonna make this the last one. I have bonus ones, but hang on, I'm gonna pick my favorite. Okay, so those 2 things were practical. I'm gonna pick a symbolic one. And the symbolic one is wayfinding for visitors. And I understand that Harrison is in this unique situation where on the one hand, tourism is critical for the survival of Harrison Hot Springs. And on the other hand, sometimes there's a lot of resentment and feelings about visitors and what should or shouldn't be done or changed to accommodate, attract, that kind of thing. So, and I hope I hear a huge diversity of opinions when I talk to businesses and residents and students and all the people. I hope I hear all of the same things, all the same diversity that I was hearing previously. So here's the problem, and it's symbolic, so it's a little bit more ambiguous than the practical stuff, and it has to do with visitors. So visitors can get lost, and by lost, maybe what that means is they don't find the business or the event or the activity that they specifically were looking for. Because I don't think, it's not a huge village, they're not getting lost in the wilderness a whole lot, I don't think. And that's search and rescue. So visitors are getting lost, and sometimes maybe locals too, if they're looking for a specific event or a specific activity. A small fix might be icons or accessible map, and I know there's been some work done around this, and consistent signage. So that's an example of a small fix. I know there's already been work here. And the result is easier navigation, really good impressions, repeat visits. Another side benefit might be partnerships with businesses. Like if your wayfinding was actually like Instagram bait, then you'd have free advertising, business promotion, and wayfinding in a way that appeals to a very diverse, because my mom will take a selfie. I'm just saying, she will, and so will my kid. So, but this has business benefits. If people can find what they're looking for, businesses spend money promoting things. The municipality spends money promoting events and activities and important elements of culture and activity here in the village. So you want people to be able to find it. It links to tourism, it links to the economy and business, it links even to your residents. And it makes special and intentional things that for a long time are considered nice to have. So it's symbolic, by very definition, it's symbols. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on wayfinding. Or if you have any thoughts about what I just,
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
we do on our front street, we did put a signage there with the map where all the businesses are and locations of all our areas at on block 1 near the outside the new condominium there. So that signage is there. Yesterday, our staff, exactly what they were talking about, the new signage that's going to be coming up next year as well around the village. That's going to be put in place. But we also have tourism does a very good job of their own advertising, plus the booklet. It used to be called Here's Harrison. I forget what it's called now. The booklet that they put together that we have here.
Just up the road.
Just up the road it's called now,
Yeah.
just up the road. And there, of course, you've got everything in there, the motels, the events, what's going on in Harrison and around Agassiz as well. Plus we have a booklet our staff put together for our own residents, what's available in the village as well. We have that in our, here by the front desk. And also at the outside, the public pool on the front street, there's the big wayfaring sign there that Tourism Harrison put up, and the businesses many years ago directing where all the different businesses are as well. That's right on the corner of the central of the village, right outside on Esplanade, outside the public pool there. So there's a big sign there that was put in by the Tourism Harrison as well. So there's quite a bit of directional where all the businesses are in the village. As you say, Kelly, it's a small place.
Yeah.
It's a small place, but I have found that the weekends I drive around like I do virtually every day there, I think, boy, it must be quiet at the corner cafe this Saturday. There's no cars in the parking lot. Because when I get there, you're queuing up. People walk there. They've already looked at the Facebook site or they word of mouth. They've been there before. So and I know this from restaurants. I've been to one restaurant. I won't mention names of all these places, but the people come and they photographed what they ate last time. They show the waiter. That's what I had last time. So they get to know the place pretty well. That's where I'm coming from. So, but I want to hear from yourself. What other forms of wayfaring would you contemplate that we should put in place other than what tourism does? They do a wonderful job because we get a report every year on the amount of day trippers that come here and how many heads in beds are in our accommodations. We normally get that report every year from tourism, and they've built quite a good following on their social media site as well. So what else would you suggest that we think of putting in place?
So I will absolutely reflect back what I hear from residents and yourselves and businesses, but I'm not actually making suggestions.
Oh, okay.
There are in other areas, and I'm gonna steal that. So there are in other areas, other ideas that they have found useful for their businesses, residents and visitors, things like an audio tour, audio map, Braille, additional languages. They were finding that there were 2 or 3 other languages that routinely were spoken by their visitors. They wanted to make it very friendly and a signal, a symbol that you're welcome here. You're part of this community as visitors as well. I'm not sure what or if those things will be applicable to Harrison. I'm going to be reaching out to tourism. I'm going to be reaching out to the chamber and to businesses as well. And like I said, I've invited anyone to reach out to me to have that consultation. But what is important here is what's created in Harrison by Harrison. I could be, an old style consultant and come in here and be like, well, you should do this and you should do this and you should, but that's not actually going to be helpful to the belonging aspect that needs to be built. That council was talking about when they approved for this framework to be developed, in my opinion. I'm happy to hear if that's different, but at this point, that's the premise I'm working on, is that this is being built by Harrison. And so the things that already exist, fantastic, that's excellent, you're ahead of the game. And if there's additional ways to bring in more belonging, more inclusion, to do it differently because we're in a different time, great. But I don't think we should stop doing it the ways that also work. I'm talking about the and the possibility of the and.
Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. One thing that has occurred to me on a regular basis is I don't think that it's as important to target repeat visitors. I think we should also focus on new visitors who it may be their first time visiting Harrison. And I often thought that at the corner of McPherson and Hot Springs Road is a really big, welcome sign. And a lot of people on their way into Harrison will stop there for a picture with Sasquatch on the bench.
Like every time.
Every time. So I often thought that perhaps some kind of a kiosk there with printed information or visitor information would be helpful. Yeah.
In plain language, and maybe even a QR code that has all the information at their fingertips.
Right there. Yeah. Okay.
One thing that the village does try to do is keep symbols instead of languages, because the challenge with languages is that you could have, like you say, a list of, because we are we're a tourism destination that sees multitude of different cultures and languages that come. So we try and focus our signage. And trust me, you go down to the waterfront, we've got way too many signs.
There's a lot of signs.
I agree.
So, but without signage, you can't enforce. So we always try and ensure that we have incorporate inclusive signage that way. Now, obviously, it doesn't have an audio aspect, and there isn't Braille, but we do recognize that's where our gaps are. So we're working towards through our accessibility committee to try and close that gap, but we try to keep things as simple as possible with symbols.
Yeah. I think that's fantastic. And again, representative of the work that's already been done and the commitment that's already been being lived here. So, no, I think that's fantastic. Thank you. All right. Just aware of the time, and I want a lot of time to let you brainstorm. We're going to move on next to the consultation. So are there any questions, well, further consultation, but are there any questions right now of what we've covered so far? Anything that needs clarifying or that I've missed in your estimation?
That's good.
Okay, all right. I was going to allow for like a little break to stretch legs, but can I have your permission to just power on, and if you need to move your body, then stand up or anything, you can just do that? Okay, good, okay. All right, so the consultation is going to be in 3 chunks, and I really want to reinforce that this isn't the limit of the consultation. If there's something that as you process occurs to you, and you want to reach out and either have a conversation or just send me a note. Just a reminder that I will be sanitizing things. I may share a quote, but it won't be attributed. So Harrison Voices will all make up the What We Heard report and the framework, but I will not be attributing, and I will be removing any identifying information. And so that was a decision that was made just to respect that sometimes DEI conversations, idea conversations can be sensitive, and the impression of them over time can change. So nobody is tied in time or space to one singular idea that way. Okay. So the first part of the consultation, and I'd love for you to be able to use your Post-its. If you want to share verbally, great. I'm happy to also take notes, but it's around constituent signals. So I gave a few very, very broad examples. And like I mentioned, and like Tyson and counselors mentioned, there's work already happening in those scenarios. So this doesn't just mean situations where there's no work happening. This might be where there's work happening as well. But my questions for you are, what are you hearing the most from people? And when I say hearing the most, I mean from the person that you run into on the street, or that you saw at lunch, or it can be you're hearing the same topic multiple times from people. It can just be the loudest thing. The loudest thing is really not always the most urgent or pervasive thing, but sometimes it is. Where are people getting stuck or giving up? This is a big one, and as mayor and council, I think you have privilege of being able to collect stories and experience and understanding from people. And I'm sure we've all heard people say, well, there's no point, I give up. We've all heard it.
Mm-hmm.
So where is that happening? And then what do you find is building trust, and what erodes it? Because belonging involves a certain exchange of trust, a certain social contract. You don't have to trust them with your bank account or your social insurance number, but it does take trust that if I believe what you're saying to me, I won't be hurt by that, right? So this is kind of what I'm throwing out. Please use your Post-its, your cards, or if there's anything you'd like to share, I can jot down as you talk as well.
I'm not a big Post-it note person.
That's okay.
Because my writing is terrible. And I'll
big
use
note
those.
person.
I'm hearing 2 things. There's sort of 2 streams of conversation in the village. And they're very different. They're at extreme ends. I am hearing how people are appreciative of council listening and rolling up their sleeves and having the conversation council has to have, even on controversial issues. I think there's a general appreciation that council's trying to do the right thing, and some are difficult decisions. So I'm hearing that in the sense of, and that kind of builds a little bit of confidence that at least council is working towards trying to make good decisions and trying to get as much information as possible, and they're open to hearing things. I also hear another completely opposite. And that opposite conversation is usually critical of, I wouldn't say it's critical of decisions, because quite often there's no comments on decisions, but critical of people, critical of council, critical of my staff, critical of staff. And it usually comes, and it's social media quite often, because people don't quite often address us in person that way. But it's very critical, and it usually goes from a perspective of incompetence, stupidity, lack of trust, corruption, greed, and all the other things that go with it. So a lot of personal attacks that way. Quite often directed directly at either myself or other counselors or staff, usually called out by name, which is unfortunate. So I'm hearing both conversations, and the second one, the negative one, and here's where I'm wrestling with the whole this whole idea is the village can do lots of things to be inclusive, and there's lots of things that we can try new things and lots of stuff to make sure people feel welcome. What I struggle with is on some social media, and you talked about as an echo chamber, it's not a good place to, I don't even think it's a good place sometimes to start a conversation. But what I have trouble with is certain web pages, it's a constant, daily, multiple times a day, statements of just a lack of, not, if it was a lack of confidence, it'd be easier. But it's the intention, the personal attacks that come behind it, and attribution of motives. And if that's all you see, you have an impression of the village of Harrison Hot Springs as just a bunch of people that dislike each other intensely and are in it for their own good, and there's no collective sense. And you go to other places where you see a positive and a lifting up in a building, and absolutely conversations about controversial issues. I think there's several coming up today, but a recognition that hard decisions sometimes has to be made, and a focus more on the decisions and the actions. And then there's the other side, that's the personal attacks and the insults and the accusations, never founded on anything, but just they come out, and it's, so I'm wrestling with, the village can do a lot of things. And I think our Fun Fact Fridays, I think our council catch-ups after meetings, I find one of the hardest documents to read is our minutes of our council meetings, because it has a form and a structure. I love the council catch-up. If I want to remember what I did, I go to that. It's quick, it's plain. So thank you, Kaylee. It's easy to read. There's hyperlinks in it, so I can get to the documents. It's super. If you want to know, if you don't want to enjoy 2 hours of a council meeting, you can read something in under a minute and get the gist. And then if there's something that sparks your interest, you can dive deeper. So I like that. I think that those are all positive things that help. And I know the village is working to try and be inclusive, but I don't know about the social media aspect and this element in the village that is just negative. And so I looked, and it doesn't make it feel inclusive. It actually makes the village, if you read that and you go, wow, that's the last place I'd go to relax, because it sounds like it's a nasty place filled with nasty people. So I wrestle with that, knowing the village can do a lot of things, but we can't do everything. So that's the big thing. And I want people, when they come to the village, to feel like they're welcome here, welcome to move here, welcome to open a business here, welcome to sit on the beach in the summer. And I think we do a lot of things right. And sometimes I worry that we spend too much time on the negative and not enough on the positive. And I think the positive is lots of little things are happening that are positive. They're starting to add up and people are seeing it. But it's sort of a thing, almost every day I have to sit back and go, oh, there it is again. An attack on process, an attack on someone's credibility or their character. And I don't know if this work you do can ever crack that nut, because some people just dislike some people. So I wrestle with that, and I think this is all good things to do. There's lots of things we could do in the village. There's lots of things we're doing now. There's a whole bunch more we could do. But I just thought I'd mention, I sort of wrestle with this whole concept of diversity, inclusion, knowing that it's tough. It's really hard work. And to create a community that has that sense of belonging, where people are welcome, where different ideas are welcome, where different perspectives are encouraged. I think that's a harder thing to do, and I don't know if your report to us at the end of the day is going to do it.
So the report definitely won't. I'm happy to comment on that. The report will not do anything. The report is a piece of paper, but the opportunity when you voted for this framework is that the reality is I have no pill for what you're describing. It is not unique to Harrison, although it definitely feels magnified when this is your life. And I understand when you hold a position of public service like this, I keenly understand. It's not just while you're working, it's all the time. It's all day, every day, all night, every night. It is your time with your family. It is your time in your business. It is all of your time everywhere. You have to be policed emotionally to such an extent all the time. I do understand that. I am very aware of what you're talking about with the personal attacks and, the issues on social media. I'm not going to characterize in any specific way. We all know what they are. I think that there's a lot of theories on reasons that kind of thing exists on social media, ranging from frustration and playing the devil's advocate or what have you. When it comes to personal attacks, it seems loud when you're living in it. But I think I agree with you that the concern is, why would anybody come here if it just looks like everybody hates?
Yeah, so.
But one of the things that I'll say is the village, and I was really excited to see this framework be approved, is because the way that you feel and I could talk about myself, how it could potentially impact my mental health when I was in office, how the opportunity for it to impact my day and not my decisions. I was still working for the same people. I still have the same responsibility. It just might impact me as a human being, which you're not treated like a human being. But imagine the single mom who's racialized reading that there's no gender inequity, no family judgment, no issue around access because she's a single mom, no pay disparity, no racism, no feelings about newcomers, no language barriers. Imagine reading that, oh yeah, everything that you are, all of these struggles that you're having in access and belonging, they don't exist. So although her name is not going to be in that post, most likely, this framework is about her being heard as well. And what I'm already finding, and so maybe this is a ray for you, and maybe it's an extent, just a little bit of a ray. What I'm finding already is what I'm hearing back is, well, there's this opportunity, but it's not framed as, this is what the village is doing wrong, this is what they're getting wrong, this is how it's horrible and everybody is ridiculous and inept. What I'm hearing is, this would be nice, maybe. And when I'm talking to actual humans, what I'm hearing is, I could probably help with that. So I think, and just as an addition to what you're saying, because everything you're saying, I hear loud and clear. And I think it was one of the reasons that I was selected, because I do understand that local context. But what I'm actually hearing from residents and businesses so far, right at the beginning, is good. It's not any of that other stuff. So loud doesn't mean popular.
No, I can
Yeah.
easily separate that stuff.
So-
It's just
Wouldn't it be amazing if what comes out of this is instead an echo of the voices who want to be part of what's next in Harrison?
yeah, that could be good.
And that's what I'm seeing so far. And I'm not trying to make any predetermined anything, but there are an incredible number of people dedicated and really excited about opportunity. And even on social media, there are defenders of, no, this is good. This will be good for our business. This will be good. So I see this as leaving space for all the voices to be part of the official record. Facebook is not the official record.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's not factual.
I'm very sure, but, this leaves space for all of the voices to be part of it, including detractors, including
Yeah.
people who are like, no, actually, I don't agree with this framework at all. Okay, that will be included, that will absolutely be included. But it's part of creating, for the record, the other voices as well. Does that balance it a little bit, maybe? Just
Yeah.
leave it
I know there's
open?
one, yeah, you know.
Let's just leave it open.
No, I was just throwing it out there because what are you hearing most? And I know that there's always room for improvement. We could do things better. I know people get stuck on acronyms. My Sunday was stuck on acronyms as I look at this. But acronyms and complexity comes in the simplest things that the village engages, like our water utility bill. If you've never read one before, I would love it if our website, because I've come in and I've talked to the front staff and said, what? I'll pay the bill, but what am I buying here? It'd be great if there was explain my water bill to me. And there's acronyms used because there's only so much room on the page. What am I buying and what am I paying for? And how does it compare to my neighbors? Little things like acronyms drive me crazy, absolutely drive me crazy. And I know this is the IDEA workshop we're having, so I won't speak about that. But I know there is a place and it's a shortcut. But acronyms do stump people easily. I like pictures and graphics. Tyson just mentioned we got a lot of signs with a lot of words. I'd love it if we had signs with graphics and pictures. And Councillor Vital, your idea coming into town, a big sign with graphics to say, parking is found here. This is metered parking. This is unmetered parking. This is, tell me where I can park. The beach, we have an ongoing struggle. And I know those people that don't want to read signs, but just say, here's the beachfront. You can barbecue here. You can picnic here. Please don't barbecue there. But if it was graphics, it might tell a more complex story. And I'm looking forward to the signs that say, please don't skate or go on the ice on the lagoon this winter in some way that I don't have to sit out there in a lawn chair shooing people off the ice for 3 weeks if it gets cold. So I love graphics and images and I think someone was mentioning we do a lot of symbol work. I think that helps too. So there's lots of things. Council meetings accessible, hearing. I'm open to ideas. I think probably the one thing that might make a difference is if we all went there 20 minutes before a council meeting and practice using the microphones and speaking the right distance, because that's probably the biggest thing that detracts from the whole system, because we have headphones that are plugged into the system. It's amplified in the room. If that doesn't work, there's also, you could be on Zoom and turn up your own home speakers as loud as possible. And I think that probably the biggest weakness is we're not talking right into the mic, right where we should be. And I'm bad. I'll throw myself on the pile of room for improvement in speaking to mics. And maybe it's a different miking system. I don't know, whatever, but that's probably, and just lots of little things. But all those little things add up. Councillor Vital.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Tallon. Regarding the comments on social media, it's here to stay. And I think possibly we could look at under the mayor, and I believe we did this in the past, was quarterly come out with a newsletter from the mayor that is either done as a mail out and also posted on the webpage, and keep it positive, that says these are the accomplishments in the last 3 or 4 months, right? This is what we are currently working on. Here's an update on it. And not really to commit to a time frame, because sometimes dealing with
The
provincial ministries, there's, that can influence timing. And I think what builds trust is to be as transparent as you possibly can. And I go back to my previous comment about a public orientation. Just to go over things like, you know, when we must go to a closed meeting, when we may go to a closed meeting. And I think that would help build, that could be included in a newsletter under the mayor. So just throwing that one out there.
I'm absolutely will hear from you. I'm just aware of time and there's 2 more consultation points. So, yeah.
I fully agree with Worship and Mickey here. But yeah, other than me getting a bed, some food and a bit of cover, if I made myself more transparent, I don't know what I can do. So this transparency has been taken out of context, to be perfectly honest. Like I just said, we are so transparent and we put out so much information out there. If we were able, as a municipality, to say we're going to stop that social media site from posting, we can't do it. I wish we could. What the mayor said 10 minutes ago, I was going to touch on this morning, but the mayor's already done it, so I'm going to let go here. It is trying to destroy the integrity of this community. It's a small group of people who will not listen, whether it's newsletters, whether you put something out every day to them, they will not listen to that. They will put out all the hate that they like on social media, whether it's individually, whether it's your family, whether it's your friends. I mean, attack the subject, don't attack the individuals. The amount of, these other councillors have probably heard it at the conventions, the amount of people who are not going to run next year because of social media. And I know several mayors are not going to run. I've approached young people in the community. Run for council. We need younger people. I don't want to get up in the morning and see my family plastered on social media that they're doing this and doing this wrong. I mean, come on, give us a break here. I mean, these people have set their task to try and do harm to this community, and they will not stop. They will not stop. I don't care what you're going to put out there. I mean, I'm glad the mayor brought this up, but like I said, I was going to say a word about it, but it's really bad out there. I mean, myself personally, I've had 30 years of this, but I still keep giving my time to the community because it's a great community. We have a great group of residents who live here, wonderful people who give us lots of applause now and again. But there's that few who just do not believe that we're doing anything right, and we will never do anything right till October of next year. And that's the way they look at things. I've said my piece. Thank you.
And I hear what you're saying loud and clear. I know about the impact it has. I've been on that webpage, on that Facebook page as well. Not to the extent yet, hopefully. But you're not speaking to those people. They already hear you. They already hear you. They're already accessing information. They're already interpreting it, how they're interpreting it. They're already disseminating their opinion, how they're disseminating it. Those are not the people you're trying to reach. Nobody speaks that way, and is that involved and that confident if they don't already belong. You're talking to the other people. You're bringing other people in. You're making sure that belonging is a pervasive thing around Village of Harrison Hot Springs. And it will not change anything. It will not ever change detractors. And it's not about people agreeing with council ever. That's not what it's about. It's about people belonging in Harrison, belonging to Harrison, creating and building Harrison together. And the behavior that you're describing is not building or belonging. It's not going to go away. Social media is not going to go away. And anger is not going to go away, and resentment is not going to go away. frustration and mental health issues are not going to go away. Social, like none of these things are going, we're not going to solve any of these things. We're not going to solve racism. We're not going to solve any of those things. But what we can do is the processes and the systems and the symbols and the work that the village and staff and mayor and council, this version of mayor and council and all of the versions to come, the Harrison Hot Springs you're building and you continue to build, will build belonging and inclusion and accessibility and diversity for all of your businesses, for all of your business owners, for all of your residents, for all of your staff teams, for all of the students who are coming up, so that the village is somewhere that continues to be rich and that people want to come. But not only that, but people want to stay and live. And people, as the kids are growing up, that they don't just leave. And that your businesses can thrive and that they're supported and that they support community and all of community. And when newcomers come, to add that additional layer. And as people age into different levels of ability or disability, that they're supported and still able to access all of these things, and that your events get only richer and more diverse. So it starts with the processes. And I know that process is a boring place to feel like you're starting when it's a nut to crack. It's like I said at the beginning, this will not solve everything. It will move things along. And even the loudest voices, positive or negative. I've had some really loud cheerleaders too. It's not forever. So let's just build for the people maybe who haven't been hearing you, or who feel like this is the most important, the people who feel like they haven't been heard. The people who are being heard, and it's just a matter of disagreement, whether personal or appropriate or not, those people are being heard. I'm talking about the people who still need to be. And I really appreciate everyone being so candid and everybody sharing so openly and just addressing the reality, the moose in the room. But I want that single mom who's a newcomer and paid less, I want her to feel heard too. So, and she's not on social media all day, but she's at work until she has to pick up her kids, and then she's dropping them off to the babysitter, and then she's going to her second job. So I would like, with your permission, to move on and do a bit of a speed round for the next 2 consultations. Do I have your permission for that? Okay. All right, so consultation 2, and I know you're not a big writer, Mayor, but I'm gonna ask you to. If you can jot down, and you can do this on your cards, you can do this on your Post-its, whatever. It might be a good one for your red card. So risks and worries, and I know we've already kind of talked about a few of them and I've jotted them down. You can write them down, but know that I have captured them as well. But your risks and worries, not only in where there might be a gap and you're worried about that gap as it applies to inclusion and diversity, equity and accessibility, but also even the risk or worry that you see in even having this conversation. It's an important conversation, we are having it, and I'll have it with a whole bunch of other people between now and the next time we talk. But if there are risks and worries, please jot them down. Please let me know. I want that all included.
What color paper should I write?
Well, it depends.
I forgot the
Are
instructions.
you feeling like it's alright? If it's something like, no, this is urgent, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna read them all.
Okay.
If it's very urgent and like this could be make or break, it's red. If it's like, I think we should be warned about this, I think we should take this as a warning, it would be orange.
Mayor Talon is colorblind, so you're gonna have to bear with.
Yeah, I'll put it on.
It doesn't, I'm reading them all, so it doesn't really matter. Fun fact.
Yeah.
See, look at me being not inclusive.
Do you have an example? Like I'm not sure if I'm on the right track here.
Okay, so acronyms, that would be a pretty benign one. So one of the risks is that even this program uses acronyms. this is a risk for people not being able to understand. A less benign one that's already been mentioned is, what's the point of doing framework if social media is spreading hate?
Yeah.
And there's probably a range in between. I can give you an example. I've had a business owner ask me, okay, but I am worried that it will make me a target if I engage in DEI work. But also acknowledging my staff would probably be happier if I engaged in DEI work. Like, they wanted to be like secret friends, and that's fine. And it's one of the reasons that nobody's being attributed in the plan. But there's some worries about if some of my clients are more supportive of like Trumpian philosophy. If I engage in DEI work, or if I'm seen at a consultation, what will that mean for my business?
Yeah.
Which is a sad fear.
Can I have another one?
Of course.
Oh boy, we got a lot.
Prolific writers.
And I'm going to interrupt in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna move on. So the third consultation, and this doesn't matter if it's posted, it doesn't matter which card it is, flip the cards over, whatever you like. This is about priorities. So, and I'm asking you, I know there's a lot of conversation around transparency of mayor and council. I want to be really clear. This includes that if there are priorities that you as an individual member of council have. This is not asking for council's position on, but also you as residents, as people who live and work here. What are, here are some, these are guiding questions. You don't have to answer them exactly. What are 2 practical fixes that could come first? These might be the really easy ones that make you think like, it's just common sense. It's just common sense. And any symbolic signals. Now, I know we've been using signage as the symbol, but symbolic can include so much more than that. It can include an event or a day or a proclamation or this is where the people who advocate for flags or crosswalks or, those are all symbolic elements. So are there any signals that fit with Harrison Hot Springs and why? Answer as much or little of that.
You're gonna read all this, right?
I'm gonna read all
I
of
might have
it.
messed up the whole idea.
That's okay. I read all
Color
of it.
codes, you got it.
I read all of it and then I make notes. I try with the color code, but I'm gonna be real, it never works.
And Kelly, you're gonna do the same with the public in January or February.
Yes.
We're gonna do a
So
vision board here.
I'll do the same. There will be no vision boards with Kelly Patton, but yes.
Yeah, okay.
But yes, I will be doing the same with staff.
Staff
Yeah,
and public.
and the public, yes. So, and this is in addition to the survey, which is already having some pretty good results, like some pretty good engagement. This is in addition to that feedback. That's a tense.
Getting ready for the final exam.
Okay.
Sweat it out, eh?
All right, I'm just going to move on. If you need to finish things up, that's great. This is a section that if you have any initial thoughts, I'd love for you to jot them down. It's around what should we measure. This is something I'm going to be diving into a little bit deeper with staff, but I want to open up here, and I will definitely open up public consultation as well. Just the staff team probably has the clearest line of sight on what's already being measured and what's working and what's not. But it's just an indicator of we pay attention to what we measure. So if we're not measuring it, it's the first thing that gets shuffled off. Awareness, especially when things get busy. We know things are busy. So it's just a question around, so if there's anything that comes to mind immediately, that's great. One of the things that I like to ask too is, what does success look like? So in my various positions, and I'm sure for all of you in your various positions, being able to collect and carry people's stories helps expand the lens, helps inform the work. So what does it look like? Does it look like more people sharing stories, or like, these are the questions that I'll be spending more time with staff on and bringing back, but I wanted to open it up here as well, and public consultation, but I'm gonna just move on. Okay, so I'm not going to get hugely into it, but what I'm going to be doing in the What We Heard document is talking about the top themes, any key fixes or common sense fixes that come up. So traditionally people have used the word like low-hanging fruit, but it had that there's a history to that word, racialized history to that saying. So I try to avoid it, and I'm trying to find a new one. So common sense fixes is where I've landed so far. And then success indicators. These are the things that will be communicated back out in the What We Heard report, and that will be available for feedback via survey. And I'll be asking the team to send council that survey as well. So, all right, so then the next step. So for anybody here or anybody who's listening or listens later or is like, what the heck happened? Get into it harrison.ca is where all of the information can be found. Much of the information that I used today. The survey is also located there. Huge, like, props to Kaylee for getting that up. And that was launched on December 1st. It was also covered in Black Press, that it was there. So hopefully that helped to get the word out as well. There's a staff session on January 28th that I'll be doing. There's 2 public sessions on February 19th, I believe, 1:30 and 5.
We haven't posted the times yet, but we'll
We'll
finalize those with you, and then
Yes,
we'll get
okay.
them.
One in the afternoon, one in the evening. Business and groups can reach out to schedule small group or organizational consultations for January or February, and I will be putting out What We Heard end of February, survey 2, asking for the feedback will be open for a short period in March. And then in March, I will be, based on that feedback and the What We Heard document, be producing the framework and the survey for feedback from the public. And then in April, that will be available for council. And that will be the end of phase 1. Yes.
Thanks, Kelly. You might have mentioned this before, but I suggest that maybe do a group exercise with the tourism group there, and maybe Chamber of Commerce as well. Open yourself up to them, because they are the interface to tourism, at least to tourists and outsiders.
Yeah, that's absolutely the plan.
Yeah.
Tourism and the chamber are high on that list. Yeah. And then there's other organizations and businesses as well that may or have expressed an interest to have conversations.
Maybe the Agassiz Harrison Community Services Group too.
Okay.
It's a big one.
Do you mean their staff or their board? Might be
Maybe
different
all of them.
perspectives. Yes.
There's a certain section, Kelly, of the business community who are not members of the Chamber of Commerce.
Which is why it's open to everybody, and I'll go into those businesses.
So that's going to be a difficult one to try and get, even in small groups, to get them for consultation, because depending on the time of day that you would have that, because they're running their business, And in the winter, from now, or from January to middle of February, we have at least two that I know of that are closed for about 6 weeks. They're not around, so it might be a bit difficult to get those people. There is a component or not chamber members to get on board.
When I say, just for clarity, in case you're speaking with anyone, when I say small groups, I don't mean a small group of business people, although I'm happy to do that too. I mean, if you have a business and you would like to talk to me about it, and maybe a couple of your staff are interested as well, I'll come in and do that. Or if you have a business and you as an individual want to talk to me, I will absolutely have that conversation. But to your point, it's one of the reasons why we're doing it in all of these modalities, including the online survey, because no matter where you're at, you can take the 5 to 8 minutes to do it. And if you want to follow up after that, you can reach out and I'll get in touch.
Okay.
All right, so that is it. Again, the email, if anybody needs to follow up via email, is info@harrisonhotsprings.ca. And Kaylee will make sure I get everything that is for me. But really appreciate your time, really appreciate the candor and the honesty and the even the vulnerability of like why this isn't gonna fix what hurts most right now. I appreciate it. So I will, yes, if I can, I will come around and collect everything.
Well, I believe we were going to take a brief recess for about 15 minutes.
We were.
Right at this time, if you're okay with
Excellent
that.
idea.
It is 10:31, thank you.
10:31?
Yeah.
Can we reconvene at 10:45 or do you need more time?
I think that'll be perfect, that's when our next
For
consultant.
those participating remotely, we will pause here and reconvene at 10:45. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, Kelly.
Probably.
Recording again. There we are. Perfect. Welcome back, everyone. We are on to item 5B on our agenda, which is a dike upgrade project update. I'll turn this over to Mr. Maldoff, sorry.
Morning, everyone. Good to see you again. I am just going to share my screen here. Let's see if this works. All right. Are you able to see that?
Yep.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you for having us here today. We're here to share an update on the design for the waterfront flood mitigation dike upgrades. So project team, we have you've seen this before, but we're Northwest Hydraulic Consultants. We're hydrotechnical engineers and we're the prime consultant on this project. And then we're working with a team of consultants to bring expertise in various areas. We have Thurber, who is the geotechnical engineers on this project. We have Space to Place landscape architect, and then Legacy Environmental, taking care of environmental and permitting. And presenters, I'm Dan Maldoff. I'm a hydrotechnical engineer here at NHC. And I'm joined by Graham McAllister from Thurber, who is the geotechnical engineer on the project. So, outline for today, we'll give just a quick review of what we're working on for this project, a summary of direction previously received from council and current objectives for the project, and then an update on the dike design. So just to review, this project has two main components. The yellow line is the dike, which runs along the village waterfront. We have denoted areas along the dike by zones. So zone 3 is in front of Hot Springs Resort. Zone 4 is kind of the main commercial waterfront. Zone 5 is the lagoon area. Zone 6 is Rendall Park. And then we also, as part of this project, have upgrades to the road out to the wastewater treatment plant and the shoreline along the wastewater treatment plant. And those are zones 1 and 2. So we last met on September 8th to review the approach to the dike upgrades, and this is the motion that was passed. We were asked to pursue a design with a fully deployable dike along the village's waterfront through zones 3 to 6, with no permanent dike crest raise through that area, and to report back on some of the considerations once the design had progressed. So that's what we are here to talk about today. And then just taking a step back, I just wanted to talk a bit about, I guess, all the items that need to be considered during a dike design. So it's not just about making sure the dike is high enough. There are many aspects to dike performance. And the Lower Mainland Dike Assessment, which was a region-wide inventory of all the dikes in the region, the criteria used to evaluate the dike, give a good summary of the items that would be considered during dike design. So the first is crest height, which we've talked about a lot. Is the dike high enough to handle the design flood? Then there's geometry. So this is more for earth-fill dike. Is the crest adequately wide? Are the side slopes not too steep? And then also, are there any portions that are a non-standard dike, like a flood wall? Geotechnical, so that includes stability, seepage considerations, seismic performance. There's erosion resistance, which is looking at whether the dike is susceptible to an erosion-related failure. So that would be looking at things like the dike's setback from the water course and whether it has adequate erosion protection. Encroachments and vegetation management. So that is just making sure that access to the dike is unimpeded for inspection and maintenance. Things like buildings and structures and trees that are close to the dike don't result in a vulnerability for the dike's integrity. Appurtenant structures. So that's similar. That's referring specifically to infrastructure that passes through the dike. That would be things like stormwater outfalls, pump stations, buried utilities. Just considering those that they don't result in structural vulnerabilities for the dike. And then administrative arrangements. So that's ensuring that the dike has an adequate right-of-way to allow for maintenance and inspection, a proper operations and maintenance manual, and proper procedures to go along with that. So these are all a good summary of the items that were always intended to be considered in the dike design. We've had a lot of previous discussion around crest height. Some of the other items like seepage performance have come to the forefront as we've talked about dealing with that crest height using deployable diking. But these items have always been part of the considerations for the dike design. And just to go over this, the main concern with the current dike is the crest level, that it doesn't meet current standards for the design flood. This has been a known issue. There was discussion of upgrading the crest height in the 90s, and the 2015 Lower Mainland Dike Assessment gave the crest elevation a rating of 2 out of 4. stating that it doesn't meet minimum requirements. And then on the geotechnical side, previously there was actually limited geotechnical information available, so it wasn't fully evaluated during that 2015 Lower Mainland Dike assessment, but as part of the current project, there has been more work on that. We've done some geotechnical investigations to gain an understanding of subsurface conditions, which has resulted in the recommendation for seepage mitigation. And just to give some context to this, the condition of the dike in the village of Harrison Hot Springs is not unique. You have over 500 kilometers of dikes in the Lower Mainland. Most of them were built after the 1948 flood, which was the last really large flood, the second largest flood on record. And any of the dikes built after that time have not been tested by large floods, so their actual performance remains somewhat unknown. But in terms of crest height, 54% of dikes across the region do not meet current standards for crest level. And on the geotechnical side, there's a fairly large data gap for geotechnical conditions for the dikes. 22%, there was not enough geotechnical information to understand their performance, and the village's dike would have fallen into that category. And for the dikes that could be assessed in that 2015 inventory, a third of them would be expected to have major geotechnical issues that could result in a failure prior to overtopping. So the main point here is many dikes across the region that could use improvements and upgrades, and with the current funding that's been allocated, the village has an opportunity to do something about the dike along its waterfront. Proposed design approach. So just to quickly touch on the wastewater treatment plant road and shoreline, that's zones 1 and 2. The focus is on allowing for adequate access to the wastewater treatment plant during a flood, to protect the treatment plant itself during the design flood, and to make sure that the infrastructure is there after a flood. So the current approach is to raise the embankment around the wastewater treatment plant to the design crest level, to offer more flood protection, and to upgrade the shoreline around the wastewater treatment plant and the road itself to withstand erosion. This would be upgrades to the riprap along the shoreline to improve its erosion resistance. And then for the waterfront dike, so we've talked about the design crest level. An elevation of 15.1 meters has been identified, which is 1.2 meters or about 4 feet higher than the current dike. And the approach we've been asked to pursue based on public input is a fully deployable dike along the 1.5 kilometer waterfront. And then also we have identified the need for mitigation of below grade seepage concerns. And this is really based on having shifted to a deployable diking system. If we did something like a permanent dike crest raise with say an earth fill dike or a flood wall, seepage performance would be implicit in that design. So we're talking about this as its own item because of the approach that we're currently pursuing. So since the last meeting, we've done more work to progress the design. Much of that work on the geotechnical side to advance the seepage mitigation component of that. And I'll just go over the concept here. I'll pass it over to Graham after this, who will talk more about the specifics of the seepage mitigation design. But this is a typical section of the dike along zones 4 and 5. So that's the commercial portion of the waterfront and then along the lagoon. The concept that's been identified is to install a sheet pile cutoff wall at the location of the existing lock block wall. It would be entirely below grade. And then the lock blocks would be replaced by a hard surface, which would provide a uniform surface for deploying a temporary flood barrier during a flood. And then as part of that too, under that hard surface, you would have a seepage trench, which is essentially a buried portion of granular material, crushed gravel, which serves a function for the seepage mitigation component, which I'll let Graham get into a little bit more. And then similarly, along zones 3 and 6, so in front of Hot Springs Resort and along Rendall Park, it's a similar concept, just implemented in the existing earth-fill dike. So at the water side shoulder of the earth-fill dike, a sheet pile wall would be installed below grade with no permanent raising of the dike. And then a seepage trench backfilled with crushed gravel would be placed on the land side of the sheet pile, and then a hard surface on top of that for deploying a temporary flood barrier. So I'll pass it over to Graham, who will talk about the geotechnical components of the design.
Daniel. So on this photo or on this image, you can see the test hole locations that were completed for the geotechnical investigation along the dike. The test holes are spaced relatively evenly all the way from the water treatment plant to the east extent of the dike. Include a series of solid stem auger test holes and what we call cone penetration tests. And based on the results of the investigation, the subsurface soil conditions are typically sands and silty sands with some occasional sand and gravel layers or more of a silt seam. So there's generally a fairly consistent type of soil, but yeah, some nuances as you move across the dike. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we're just talking a little bit more about seepage and what we're trying, or what's trying to be addressed when we're talking about seepage mitigation. So essentially what seepage is it's a high water condition during floods, which causes forces to move as a result of water moving through soil, and that water can pick up soil particles, and if the seepage is excessive, can cause things like eternal erosion or soil heave on the land side of the dike. So this applies both to earth dikes and also deployable flood wall systems. In the image below on the right, you can see the outcome of some internal erosion. That might be a typical result where you have backward erosion through the levee or dike, resulting in a connection with the water source on the water side and ultimately leading to dike failure. One point here is that when we're talking about different soil types, some soils are more susceptible to seepage than others, particularly fine sands and silty sands can be particularly susceptible. So that's something to keep in mind when we're looking at the soil conditions. This dike itself does, as I mentioned on the previous slide, have sand and silty sands within it. Next slide, please. So the proposed design is just a repeat of what Daniel showed on the previous slide, but essentially what the below grade seepage cutoff or sheet pile wall is doing is it's cutting off the seepage path and forcing that path to be longer by forcing it to go deeper. By doing that, we can reduce the seepage force going below the dike and then obviously reduce the negative effects of seepage. The seepage trench also plays into this by controlling seepage where it exits on the land side of the dike. This trench essentially pushes the seepage path out and also provides a filtered exit location where the seepage coming out of the land or the soil below the sheet pile wall is controlled. And I think that's it for my slides.
Okay, and then just going back to the deployable flood barriers. So at the last meeting, we presented a review of some of the options that exist. We explored various products and designs that exist out there. Based on current project objectives, the modular water-filled LDPE barrier has been identified as the preferred approach. This goes under the product name Muscle Wall. So these are hollow LDPE barriers. They get deployed along the waterfront, interlock with each other, wrapped in a waterproof sheet, and then filled up with water, which ballasts them in place. There's good precedent for their use. They're widely used and known to be reliable. They are quick to deploy. Based on accounts from other operators, it's expected that for the 1.5 kilometer long waterfront, it could be deployed in 2 to 3 days. That relies on having a crew that is well versed on how they're deployed. So it's important to make sure that there is adequate training for that to occur. And equipment wise, they could be deployed with an excavator or a forklift. And in the proposed design, the hard surface would provide the level surface needed to deploy this product. After the flood, you drain the water and then they can be removed with minimal cleanup. And storage wise, for the 1.5 kilometer long waterfront, the estimated storage space is about 500 square meters or about 23 meters by 23 meters. And that could be less if they're double stacked, like the image at the bottom on that trailer. They could have less space than that. Lifespan, they are reusable. They're expected to last a long time. There's no formal estimate for how long they last. But from accounts of other operators, they can be used for decades. Storing them out of the sun improves their longevity. And cost-wise, they have a relatively moderate cost compared to other options that are out there. And then just going to some estimated costs based on the current concept. So there's $11 million available in grant funding currently. We've done a high-level cost estimate based on the current concept. It's expected that this cost estimate will be refined as the design progresses. But this is really just to gain an understanding of whether we're on the right track given the current budget. And after applying a 20% contingency, it's expected that the current design can be implemented within the current budget. So those are all the update slides I have. The only other item that I will touch on is that a key component of all of this is getting approval from the provincial inspector of dikes. They are required to approve any dike upgrades or changes to the existing dike. We reached out to them after the last meeting in September, and with the job action for provincial staff and backlog resulting from that, we were actually only able to have a short meeting with them yesterday afternoon, where we reviewed this concept with them that we've pursued based on input from the public. We expect that the approval may not be straightforward as we have moved away from a typical approach to a permanent dike raise. So there may be some items to work through towards approval at the provincial level. So next steps would be to continue working with the province, with the inspector of dikes, to a pathway to approval for this design, and then to proceed with 70% design and environmental permitting, which would lead us towards construction. So that's all we have today. Happy to open it up and answer any questions or have any discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Meldo. Councillor Patrick.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Hi, Daniel, Councillor Facio here. Thanks for your presentation. Couple of questions. In the cost estimates that you've put there, now, just to clarify for me, the road to the wastewater treatment plant and the road in Randall Park, is that all deployable, or is the road, originally the road to the wastewater treatment plant was going to be raised? Is it going to be raised, or is it deployable going to be on the road to the wastewater treatment plant?
So the road to the wastewater treatment plant, we are working with staff to identify what level of access is required. Really, the main upgrade there is for it to better withstand erosion and to allow for the access that is required during a flood. Some of the considerations there are, does it need to go up to the same crest level as the dike, or is it acceptable to have, say a few days where you can't drive out to the wastewater treatment plant, but we know that the road will be there after the flood. So that is a detailed design consideration, and there are obviously cost implications for that. The assumption for this cost estimate is that the road will be raised up during a flood, to the design flood level. But as detailed design progresses, that could be refined. And then with Randall Park, so that is part of the dike. And the approach that we are considering at this point, based on input that we've received, is to not do any permanent raising for the dike there, and to deploy temporary flood barriers in Randall Park.
And my other question in the costing is, has the storage, and obviously it has to be a container because of the it'll last long if it's kept out of the sun. Has that been factored into the overall cost?
At this point, this is a fairly coarse cost estimate based on the conceptual design. There is some contingency in there. I will say that it hasn't been explicitly included, but it will be considered as the design progresses.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. I'll just go down the road. Councillor Biden.
Thank you, Mayor. Tal, and just a couple of questions. I believe when we first looked at this project, or maybe it's a requirement, has Stehelas First Nation, do we need to consult with them, or has that already been done? And my second question is, once we get provincial approval, what is your recommendation on where we start? Am I right to assume that the road out to the wastewater treatment plant would be the ideal location to start, simply for protection of critical infrastructure? Thank you.
So on the first question, we have been engaging with Stehelas First Nation. We did a walkthrough of the entire waterfront with them to gain an understanding of some of the issues and concerns. Since then, we've been working through some of conceptual design work to progress the dike design. We expect to share the design with Stehelas First Nation once it moves forward, but we are actively engaging. And then in terms of the prioritization for the project, at this point, the objective is to construct all of the infrastructure. I don't have an answer right now on which would be prioritized. If we had to proceed with one before the other, that would need to be considered as we move forward.
Thank you. Yeah, the second question, because I think preliminary, we weren't quite sure if the initial funding would cover the whole diking from one end to the other, but your cost estimates seem to indicate that we are reasonably within that 11 million. So thank you.
Yeah, just to add to that, we did have an initial $6 million grant, which was what would have been considered during the conceptual design, I think back in 2022 or 2023. But we have since obtained another $5 million grant, which improves the feasibility of doing all the work.
Good. Thank you, Mayor Tallon. Nothing further.
Councillor Swayman.
Thank you, Mayor Tallon. Hi, Daniel, it's Mark here. Daniel, I'm very pleased to hear this and see all this. I remember first meeting you 3 or 4 years ago when this was first an issue, and I was concerned about not being able to save the waterfront. It's one of the reasons I got into politics, and I think the public can rest assured that not only are we not going to ruin the waterfront, but it looks like we're going to make it even better. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate your patience, because we pushed you to find better solutions that are a Maiden-Harrison solution. I'm particularly happy to hear about the seepage mitigation. I think that's fantastic. The seepage goes both ways as well. If you go there to the beach right now, we have massive rivulets and erosion of the sand from overland water going towards the lake. So I think this will solve that. I'm hoping we can put a series of stepping stones down to the beach, because it's quite a large drop off currently from the rocks that are there now. So hopefully that can be part of the design. I can take pictures to show you what I'm referring to. So I'm very, very pleased. Some questions though, and I agree with what the other councillors have said. It seems like I think it was 42% of the budget is going to the road and the wall around the wastewater treatment plant. This is the lowest technology portion, and in fact the shortest portion, and a large chunk of that money is going. So I'm wondering if we can save some money there and put that towards more infrastructure or different design features on the community facing part of zones 3 to 6. So I would maybe like to look at those options, because it just seems like a big chunk of the budget's going towards the road and the treatment plant, when maybe it doesn't need to. Also, this, I think maybe we can discuss it. This is a once in a generation opportunity for us to improve the waterfront in terms of its utilities, water, electricity, even some of the things that we might envision our lagoon might be, for instance, a larger sheltered area. Maybe now this is the time where we put our pilings for something like that we could build in the future, or foundations for some of these kind of projects. So I just want to keep that in mind for council. And then also, I wanted to talk about the Miami River and the hot springs. If we raise that road 1.1 meters, what is the hot springs going to look like? What is our legal obligation towards either the Stehelas or to the resort? I don't know if you have an answer now. I'll stop. And then the other question I had is the Miami River. We've identified, I think, and we're going to be talking about this afternoon, that the screw pumps along the Miami River need to be improved, and I just want to make sure that the design features will allow for these infrastructure improvements on the Miami River. Anyways, lots there, sorry, but the last two questions, Miami River and hot springs.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just go through, and if there's anything I miss, please feel free to ask. But in terms of the cost for the road, the cost that we have there assumes that the road is raised up to the design flood level. As we've come to appreciate as we work through that design, you mentioned a couple of more constrained areas along that access. There's the pump station, where the road is narrow and constrained on either side, and also along the hot springs source. So coming up with as that road raises, you either raise it vertically with, say, a retaining wall, or come up with a design that occupies more footprint, and that is a large driver for that cost estimate. It's maybe kind of an upper bound scenario. As we work through that design with staff, we intend to refine what that road elevation should be, and we expect that cost would drop if a lower road crest elevation was identified. A main piece being some of the design challenges around those constrained areas. The less you raise the road, it helps with some of those challenges as well. But at the end of the day, that road needs to provide adequate access to the wastewater treatment plant to allow for its safe and resilient operation. So that's the main priority. That is what we are working through as we progress with detailed design. And then in terms of impacts to operations of the pump station and encroachment on the hot spring source. So at the hot spring source, that actually was one of the areas identified by Stehelas First Nations as being of importance. So if there is any footprint expansion, at this time, we're working on adding that to the water side rather than building into the hot spring source. We've identified that as an area that needs to be maintained through the upgrades. And then, of course, any raising across the pump station needs to not interfere with the operation of the pump station.
Thank you. One other quick one, Daniel, if I could. People have come to me on the street with this mussel wall idea. As you know, the lake is, 75 kilometers long and 400 meters deep. Can a plastic mussel wall really hold back that lake? Help me understand. It's amazing to me, and I believe it can. Can you explain how that happens with all that pressure and water pressure?
Yeah, I mean that is what it's designed to do. The volume of the lake isn't the main consideration of that. It's really just the height of the water up against the face of it, and the pressure that it exerts on the front face of it. By having that L shape to it, You also get downward pressure by the water on the toe of it, which helps hold it in place and resist overturning. And the ballasting by water, filling it up with water helps hold it in place. But it's really that pressure by the water against that L-shaped front face of it that holds it in place. And it's been well tested and shown to work under its design conditions.
Amazing. Thank you. And thank you, Graham.
Anything, Councillor Jackson?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm not qualified to comment on the technical part. I'll leave that up to the expert. What concerns me is what you did say about the getting approval from the government. Are they stuck on a static dike rather than a portable dike? Because one thing is the longer this gets delayed by the government, the more it's gonna cost us. Just look at the Patella Bridge. It's $300 or $400 million because of people equivocated on making decisions. To me, this is the number one thing that we have to get done is approval of what we want to do and not delay it. The very best to you, and you get that done quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Couple questions or points from me. I noticed the slide that said sand, silty sand, sand, gravel, more sand. It sounds like there's a variety of materials at the base of the dam or in the lower layers of the dam. Do you need to do any more geotechnical sampling to have confidence that the sheet piling will provide the necessary mitigation efforts to halt seepage or minimize the seepage?
For the
That's
proposed,
maybe
yeah,
go
sorry,
ahead.
Dan, I'll answer
Yeah.
that. For the proposed upgrades that we've considered right now, we've looked at a variety of bounding conditions around the soils that we found, and don't believe we have to go out and do any more sampling for the current proposed temporary deployable system that we're looking at today.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask the obvious question. So your expert opinion is that this combination of a rigid surface with the sheet piling to mitigate seepage with the muscle wall, the deployable system on the surface, that will provide flood protection from Harrison Lake.
Sorry, is that a question? Yeah. Daniel, are you going to take that answer?
Yeah, I want to make sure we're going in the right direction and that we have confidence in the design. Obviously, it's being reviewed by the province right now, and those conversations will continue. But in your expert opinion, this is a viable way to protect for flood. And I also recall from the many conversations we had in the spring that the flood of record is 14.1 meters. Which is just a little bit higher than the existing dike, and a lot of the extra 1.2 meters or whatever that distance is, that extra meter on top, was primarily for a contingency in case the flood is bigger than the flood of record, which is 1894, and also for wave runout. So the actual height of the dike, we don't want overtopping by waves and those kind of things. So I just want to make sure that the design we have is sufficient. This will actually address the concerns we have with seepage and provide the protection that the village needs for a flood risk from Harrison Lake.
Yeah, so the design does offer improvements for the seepage performance over the current dike, and provides additional crest level for higher lake levels and for dealing with that wave run up under design flood case. So yes, the proposed path forward, or identified path forward, will improve the flood performance of the dike.
Councillor Pacho.
Thank you. Once we finish. sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the clarification. Thank you.
Yeah. Daniel, just one question to ask you, following Councillor Jackson's comments about the time it may take to get permission from the provincial government to move forward, do they have to accept the design of the mussel design? Because as Councillor Jackson says, costs don't go down, they go up. So if they don't have to approve the actual structure itself, could we not purchase the structure, the mussel, and have that in storage? Or can we reserve it at a price? Because like the councillor quite rightly says, the cost could go up quite considerably for the mussel dike over, say, it could take another year before we get this thing going. Do you understand my question?
Sure. That is actually one thing that we were able to clarify. We would not need provincial approval necessarily for something like purchasing a deployable flood protection product. So that's certainly something that could go forward. That said, we do want to make sure that the overall approach, that we have a path forward for that. But I see the point of securing items at today's costs where possible.
Thank you.
Councillor Schweinman.
Sorry, just a last note, maybe just to remind council that this is going to be a very loud, distracting operation, a lot of pile driving. Let's try and do this in the off season so that businesses aren't affected. I know that's the obvious. I just want to make sure that we state we want to protect, do this in the season that's not going to disrupt an entire summer.
I think Councillor Schweinman, that is exactly existing council direction from April.
Good. Okay. Oh,
we've already directed.
We had a motion.
We have direction.
Yeah. And I find this discussion about seepage interesting. I was in Abbotsford when the flooding happened in 2021 or whatever it was, and almost a kilometer of the existing dike failed, not because it was overtopped, but because of this seepage business. And so this I think not only protects our dike from really high lake, but also even the medium-sized floods that we might improve. We're not going to have this collapse as you've indicated today. So this will protect us from even medium floods, not just historic floods. So I like this. This is very good.
I think we have run out of questions. Thank you for that. Much to think about. We appreciate the work gone on to date. And thank you. If we have more questions, we know what to call. But regarding procurements and those things, Councillor Pacho, I share those concerns, and I think I'll be looking to staff as probably our experts as to make sure we get good value when we start purchasing whatever it is we need to do.
If you understand my in your worship, the only reason I bring that up is
No, I know.
an important point. But when we were building or putting in place the screw pumps, there we had an extra $160,000 that we had to add from the budget because some of the components had to come out of the United States, and when we approached the province to ask, can we add this to the 1.5 million grant they received? No, we don't allow for that. That's just unfortunate. You've got to pay that. So that's why I'm saying if we can purchase these things before they go up again, I think it'll be a good saving for the community.
I 100% agree, and we'll look to staff to make sure we get the maximum value.
Thank you.
And having read the reports we get to this afternoon, I'm certain none of these cost estimates have gone down in the last few years.
No.
And if we wait, we'll have that, we're gonna have this conversation again, I think, after lunch.
I think we are.
With that, we thank you, Mr. Maldoff, and I forget who was with you from the
Mr.
Graham McAllister from
McAllister.
Thurber Engineering. Appreciate all your work on this, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay, take care.
I see the time is 11:33.
Ooh, early.
We, lunch isn't probably gonna be ready for another half an hour, so we have a choice. We can either pick one of the items that are further down in the agenda, which kind of go away from where the agenda was set, or we could start with some, presentations from Jace, and then perhaps when we get up against lunch, or we can stop and we just have an extended lunch.
We might as well get a stab at Jace's presentation.
Why don't we do the crosswalk
Yeah.
Oh,
on the back here?
I would rather not
Yeah, I don't want to start. the
break
reports.
up Jace's presentation.
Is staff prepared if we jump to one of the later agenda items and looked at it now, or is it naturally follow from the other reports?
Either D, E, or F.
We could go into those ones. I'm just gonna quickly grab my notes and then we could jump into those ones ahead of the other ones. I can just kind of reference them in the discussion.
Okay, maybe the E one would be the most discreet. E, request for crosswalk. E as in
Kick off the low hanging fruit
Mm-hmm.
before lunch.
Excelsius.
So a minor pause in our process here.
That's okay. I think, that, that dike thing is amazing. I think it's gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, we'll
I think the
see.
public should be very pleased.
Well, we've got to hear because of the input that we received, so there's no
Yeah.
question about that.
Like where we've come in 2 years.
Yeah.
From raising it to.
Mhm.
It's pretty good. Really.
That's why I tell the public, don't panic, council will take care of it.
I do agree that.
That's what I tell them.
Probably in our best interest.
Let's have another conversation first.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, can we move to item E on
E,
5E, which is request for crosswalk and sidewalk on Miami River Drive at Walnut Avenue from the Accessibility Committee. Over to Jace, is this you or?
Yeah, I can,
Well,
both of us.
I don't know, someone, not me.
You wanna
Someone
go first,
volunteer
Christie?
to take this away.
You wanna go first, Christie?
I can speak, sure. Thank you, Councillor Facio. There's been discussion brought forward by the Accessibility Committee about potentially adding a crosswalk and a sidewalk on Miami River Drive at Walnut Avenue. This is some feedback that we received through our accessibility feedback form that we have available on our website. It's about as much information as I have on
Okay.
it. I think the committee has gone on to further conversations, so I'll let Councillor Facio.
This has come forward from a letter from one of our parents regarding children and when they're coming across the Altendorf Bridge, that there's no crosswalk there. So the problem is we should all know that there's no crosswalk to go to. It's just the village boulevard on both sides, whether it's the south or the north. So there was discussion on continuing the crosswalk from the corner of the Harrisburg entrance there, where there's partly a crosswalk there up to the village boulevard.
Yeah, you mean sidewalk.
Sorry, sidewalk.
Yep.
Sidewalk on the north side, obviously. But that would mean cutting into the village boulevard and continuing with that. Or the other suggestion was, which might be a compromise, is to put in the four-way stop sign there at that intersection. That would stop that would slow the traffic down and be more cautious, I think, where you will come to an actual stop instead of, I mean, I'm just thinking of children, kids love to run, I don't care. And sometimes they forget and they'll run across the road, whether there is a crosswalk there, but if there's a four-way stop sign where the traffic can actually slow down and see the child or the parent or the pushchair, whatever the case may be, I think that's a better compromise than just an angled crosswalk on the north side of the Miami River Drive. So I mean, we've discussed both options. We haven't gone back to the committee. We won't have our meetings till probably January again. But I think they're open to both discussions, whether it be the crosswalk or whether it be a four-way. The other thing was to put a signage, be aware of children crossing. Well, that's okay to a point. But the reason that the Ortendorf Bridge was put there in place, it was changed from the Miami River crossing to Maple Street, first for the cost, and secondly, because a lot of children come from the east side of Harrison in the mornings to walk through the pathway and then cross Naismith and then the bridge. So that's quite a big traffic area. It used to be the Fred Hardy Bridge at one point, but I think more children come from the east side. And the reason for that bridge was a safety concern as well, because all the kids used to have to go over the bridge that was just fixed, and then McCombs, and then Miami River Drive. And the Ortendorf Bridge was a safe crossing, less walking for the children and parents. And anyway, I think that the reason to put this on the agenda was to forward it to the staff to come up with a cost for either a crosswalk or a four-way stop at that intersection. That would be my recommendation, is so Christy and I can present this to the committee at the next meeting. Is it January? I believe so.
Community Services Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Talent. Yes, that was for introductory to the budget discussion, since it would be a bigger sort of project and more staff-led than just the committee. I just wanted to touch briefly I didn't want to get into too many details, but the reason this came to the accessibility committee through that feedback mechanism is that this student is hard of hearing. So with some of the sight lines being obstructed there and drivers not necessarily knowing what they are required to do and watch for and things like that. So having something a bit more structured with some signage signage to either stop or signage that there is a crosswalk there, and then protected sidewalk was sort of the intent behind providing that feedback.
Yeah, I noticed this morning coming to the office, there were, I think it's really 2 or even 3 projects, this item. I think there's a sidewalk need on the north side of Walnut Avenue to go to the corner. Because there is a sidewalk by the Harrisburg, then it stops. But a sidewalk there to take pedestrians off the street would be a good idea. And then when I actually hadn't noticed it until saw these things come up, I looked at it, and the pathway from the bridge there, the Ruth Altendorf Bridge, comes up into the middle of the intersection, and that's not ideal. So I think there may be a realignment of the path. And there are, I think, 76 stop signs between my house and the office here. There's an abundance, I would say, an abundance of stop signs on Ming, Hadway, and Hope Place. If it's children crossing, I'm not sure stop signs necessarily are the magic. I know the high intensity flashing ones really get my attention. I hate to say it, I think a lot of people in town roll through stop signs, and I would be guilty of the one right in front of my driveway as well. But I think there's a way to improve the visibility, so it's safer for pedestrians crossing here. I think there's lots of good conversations to have. Councillor Pacheco?
I mean, it's not just come up with the crossing, but the two things we did a few years, we reduced the speed limit in the village. Number one, plus the traffic calming measures that were put in as well to stop traffic, slow traffic down. I've noticed on the Coombs that the 3 ways, which I think there's one other one that should be changed to 3 ways, does slow the traffic down. Many years ago, before you arrived here, the child was killed. And anyway, that's a long story. But we tried from that point to try and reduce the speed of traffic. So my personal feeling is that put a crosswalk there, but also then you've got the pathway from Cottonwood Place that crosses Naismith to the Altendorf Bridge. Well, shouldn't there be another crosswalk there? So, you know, I'm just, as a driver, I feel stop signs, I think, are more important. They do stop you. You actually come to a stop where if you're a little bit with your foot down, then suddenly that child is there, even with a crosswalk. And I don't, hate it for a child to get hit at all. But I mean, there's 2 sides to a way to look at this. I can appreciate what you're saying. I don't disagree with the crosswalk, but anyway, I think in the end, the committee can make up the decision on this. But it's just, we brought the two items forward for staff to come back with, I believe, was this added to our budget costing at the time? Christy, do you remember? I forget.
No, I don't believe it was.
Oh, okay.
No, I think it's great. I think there's room for improvement in what the actual solution looks like, but I think
Absolutely,
I think it's well documented that there's room for improvement and
yes.
enhance
For sure.
safety for pedestrians. Councillor Swineman?
No, thanks, Mayor Talon. Question, is there I'm trying to remember, is there a crosswalk crossing Maple here to the school? Yeah. At that new bump out, there is. Okay, so if we do this, it's a continuation of where they need to go. Yeah, I'm in total favor of this. Maybe it's a raised sidewalk and realignment with the path off the bridge. I'm not sure why it needs to go to the accessibility committee. This is safety. I think comment is good, but I think this has to be a priority. And Miami River Drive is a wide, nice curve. People pick up speed there because it's a shortcut from McCombs to the pizza place and the full place and this place. So maybe a speed bump or a sign or flashing light will slow people down.
Councillor Vital.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Yeah, I think this is almost a necessity. And I believe it came to the accessibility committee because of that hard of hearing student. I find that speed bumps are not kind of a valid option, and the reason for that is because it slows down emergency vehicles if they are going full into the village. And I've also found that not everybody stops at the stop signs along the cubes, especially.
If we put up chairs and sat there and watched for an hour, I think we'd be surprised at the number of people that come to a full stop.
Absolutely. So, and one other thing that came to my mind is, first of all, thank you for the tour, Jace. That kind of gave me the visual. But is there, or should we, or could we also include a bike lane along there? I don't know how many children ride their bikes to school, or I don't know how council feels about that, but I think, yeah,
My guess is bike lanes remove street parking. You can't have both.
okay,
That's my guess. I've seen some places, but you need a very wide street to have a bike lane and street parking, but, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. James?
Yeah, that's something we could look into. I can also we did a little bit of cost estimate. So we've been looking at improvements on Walnut, like the one we just did with the bump out to cross for connection to the school.
Yeah.
Through that, we just took a unit cost just to get a rough estimate. So if we were to extend the sidewalk that we know ends at Walnut to go to the end with the drop down and then some pathway alignments, we'd be looking at around the $25,000 range.
Okay.
If we were to do just a three-way stop, that obviously would be a lot less cost because we're just installing some signage. But so there's a couple options we could look at and go either way on that.
okay.
Councillor Fatchon.
Obviously, staff know about this, but I'm just going to mention it. In the past, ICBC have contributed to safety, like they built the sidewalk here years ago. They put all the signs for us on the stop signs, and they also contributed to traffic calming on Balsam as well. And so I think they can be approached in regards to cost sharing or towards the cost, whether it's going to be a sidewalk or four-way stop, whatever it may be there. But you know this, I'm sure.
Good conversation. I'm glad this came up, and will be an abundance of good projects when we talk about our budget this year. And I have a sense it's going to be some hard decisions. I see the time is 10 to 12. I'm going to suggest we adjourn now and reconvene at 1 p.m. sharp.
Sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wait for the recording to. There we are. We're live.
We're live.
Welcome back, everyone. It's 1 p.m. and we'll pick up on our agenda at item 5C, draft master plans. I'll turn it over to Director of Operations.
Thank you. We have a slide here coming up. All right, so today we're talking about the water, storm sewer, and sanitary sewer master plans. If you had an opportunity to read these, they're quite long. A lot of technical aspects to it, and yeah, a lot of acronyms and a lot to really digest. So today, instead of going in depth on them, because we could be talking about that all day, I'm going to really look at a high level overview of these and look at why these are important, how master plans are used, the procurement process we use to get to where we are today. We'll also look at each of these master plans and the identified projects within them. Some of our financial balances we have currently for reserves and DCCs and how that could play into funding for some of these projects. And just to wrap it up on how we'll actually use these plans. So why master plans are important? These are important because they provide a long-term vision for infrastructure needs. So as the community grows, as infrastructure ages, we want to have a plan on how we'll work at replacements and what kind of deficiencies there are. That also rolls into ensure sustainability with each system. We want to be proactive in our approach to infrastructure and know when these replacements are going to have to happen so we can go at it sustainably. It also guides infrastructure requirements with growth. So as population increases within the village, we want to ensure that capacities are met and that any expansion and more population can be handled by our system or what upgrades are needed. And they also support grant applications and funding opportunities. So as some of these projects are high costs, and when we have them identified as projects in our plans, we can use these for grant applications that can help fund some of these projects. So how master plans are used. This kind of relates to the last slide, but it really guides capital planning and budgeting. So looking through all the priorities of high, medium, and low, we can guide how we are going to go at capital projects in the future between 5, 10, and 20 years, and budget according for them. They also inform development approvals and servicing strategies. So as developments come forward, some of the models that are in here of these plans, they can be used by the developers, engineers to assess the system and make sure what they're proposing has capacity, and then staff can use this to make sure that what's being proposed actually fits and see if there's any deficiencies currently in that area that needs to be addressed. And then also growth projections. So as I kind of mentioned, population as it continues to grow, we just want to make sure that everything aligns and that we have proper capacity for these. Supporting asset management and infrastructure sustainability. So as part of this project, we were able to leverage some asset management grant funding. And after these have been completed, we're going to be working with the engineers to integrate recommendations from the projects and updated asset management that we currently have in place. So the procurement process to date. This has been quite a long process to get to where we are. We started off with a request for information and qualifications, an RFIQ. This identified preferred civil engineering firms. So we had 3 engineering firms and assessed these firms to find and work with Wedler Engineering, who we felt had the best knowledge of our systems. So we worked with Wedler Engineering on a competitive process following our procurement process to create an RFP. So Wedler assisted in scope to make sure that what we had in our RFP aligned with what our needs are. Through that process, we did a cost and qualification-based selection with assistance from Wedler on proposal evaluations. And we ended up awarding the contract to Water Street Engineering. So as part of this process, we looked at adding the wastewater treatment plant and the water treatment plant master plans, but it was identified that we should go back to the competitive process of RFP and identify those as separate master plans. So those are separate from these 3 plans, and we have hired a different engineering firm to conduct those studies, and they're in progress, and we are hoping to have them completed early in 2026. So looking into the each individual master plan now, the water master plan, so it's really an update to the previous 2015 water master plan that we had that was done by CTQ. So that was identified and looked into from Water Street and to see what kind of updates were needed and what projects have been completed. So they looked at the recommended projects from the 2015 master plan and looked at the ones that have been complete. Some have been in progress, and then ones that haven't been completed and been rolled into this master plan. So a village-wide water model was created and updated from the previous one. And it really looked into 2 conditions. So our existing conditions for deficiencies that we have today, and then OCP conditions that identified what conditions are needed for future population growth. So through that, 9 projects were identified. So we'll dive into them a little bit. So I want to highlight that through here we have priority projects. You can see high, medium, and low. So high priority projects are projects that we have been recommended to achieve within 5 years. Medium projects would be 5 to 10 years, and low projects would be 10 to 20 years. So through that, we'll have to kind of create a capital plan and how we fund and address these projects. So for high priority projects, we have Cedar Avenue water main looping. About a year and a half ago, we extended the water main down St. Alice Street as part of the development there. There's still a section of water main that needs to be connected along Cedar Ave to continue the loop. We have Lillooet and Echo Avenue water main looping. So it's another loop that needs to be done that would, you can see it's planned because that's going to be addressed through development. Then we move into medium priority projects, Naismith Avenue, Mount Street water main looping. This is a project, and it's been a condition since the development and these houses were first put in place, but it is something that should be looked at and addressed. We have water hydrants, we have the Coons Drive water main looping, which we've been looking at, and it's planned as we have some drawings already started for that project. Universal metering study, so looking at unmetered properties. GIS system data updates is another thing that we want to be looking into. So this really breaks down our projects. And the next slide, this just shows the map. So you can see that each project 1 to 9 is added in here just to show the locations and identify where the projects are and just give a real high level of
Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't realize until halfway through that we're not, anyways, we didn't go consecutively with the reports that we were presented with. What page are you on? Because that graph that you presented just now looked a bit different from what I remember from last year, or this past weekend. Is it the exact same graph that you presented on the water one?
Yeah, it's just broken into two pieces.
228 or 26.
Just
What page are you on?
228 or 26 of the water.
228 and 226
228 of the package or
of the water. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we just split it out for the purposes of this presentation, just so it's a little easier to see. We had it on one image on the side, but it was too zoomed out. So this you just can see a little bit more.
Can you just go back? It just looks different to me from what I remember. I would just wonder if your priorities have changed or. Okay, good. Oh, I see you've taken note of columns. I mean, the justification is gone, and you've added in the ACC eligible question mark.
There's two similar looking pages that look like this in the plan. So one has a bit more details of the project, and then this one's the high level showing the capital costs and the descriptions.
Okay, sorry guys.
Councilor Biden?
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Jace, for those that may not understand, those who are watching Zoom or when they'll be able to watch the tape of this meeting, can you explain what looping is?
Yes, for sure. So that's when a water main it will go to a certain location, like on a street or to properties, and then it'll stop. So that creates a dead end, they're considered as. So looping would be to connect it to another portion of the water main to continuously loop so water can flow all the way through and not have dead
Okay,
ends.
good, thank you. And can you expand a little bit on what the universal monitoring study would be? And
On the on the water meter?
yeah,
Yeah, so that would be to look into feasibility of putting meters on properties. Currently, like new builds will have meters, and then some existing properties do not have water meters, and it's billed at a flat rate. So this would be looking at feasibility of adding meters to all the properties.
so something in the future, should council make a decision or?
Yeah,
So you're putting the infrastructure in place right now?
Correct.
yeah, be looking into the feasibility and the kind of cost to add meters to different properties. I know this is something that's looked at in different municipalities, and it's just a way to look at how much water is being used and the actual cost of it.
Great, thank you.
There, if I may just expand on that, there's some areas, like for instance, say Willow Place, that's a subdivision. And then also say Schooner, that's a newer subdivision that would have had meter boxes installed, and then you have the meters at the street. A lot of the older subdivisions didn't have meters, so the study would look at whether it would be feasible, first of all, to install a meter at the street, because it's preferred to have the meter at the street, or sometimes they look at options for installing inside the home, because that's probably it's easier. There's no driveways or sidewalks you have to rip up.
Yeah.
But that's where it would define and what the cost for each would be.
Okay,
Different liabilities can be created with having a meter inside of a building because there's potential tampering, and if it breaks, then who's going to be responsible for it? It's much easier and much more definitive if it's on the street. So the intent of that would be to do an assessment of the whole village and see where the areas that are unmetered and what the best step forward would be.
great, thank you.
Yeah, mine's on my front yard,
Yes.
what I mean.
There's also unserviced properties, so it's maybe there's no way of putting a meter on a property that is using well water.
Yes,
Because they're on their own water supplies.
That would be like number 3 here of one projects of Nice Bath.
Okay.
Sure.
Looking at the sanitary sewer master plan. So this is an update to our 2016 liquid waste management plan. Through this, 3 conditions were established. So dry weather flows, wet weather flows, and wet weather flows, OCP conditions. So with the current weather we're having, high rain, we're seeing a lot of water flows coming into our system. So as part of this project, or one of the projects identified, is to really do investigation into really where water is coming into our system, because this is having an overall impact on capacity. As fresh water is coming to the system, it adds more flows. So we're seeing a lot of flows in wet weather compared to dry weather, and it's identified that in comparison to other municipalities that our I&I inflow and infiltration is high.
Can you explain this I&I and how it works?
Yeah, for sure. So inflow and infiltration. So it's if you have pipes that may have cracks or areas where water can get into it, you can add water from that side. Or the other aspect is if there's properties that don't have storm sewer tie-in locations that people pump water into the sanitary sewer system. So your storm water is getting into your sanitary sewer system and adding more flow towards it.
And we're exceedingly high apparently compared to other municipalities. Is that because so many houses are hooked up to the storms system?
So that's something
To the sanitary system for stormwater?
So that's something that's identified as the project, is to do more investigation work to see where these flows are coming in from and what can be assessed and done to mitigate that kind of flow going into our systems.
So just to give you an example, when we're at our peak occupancy during the summer, our wastewater treatment plant can handle anything that it's thrown at, or that's thrown at it. Whereas when we hit these high rain flow events, that's when we see a lot of clear water coming into the wastewater treatment plant. So we're treating clean water, which is quite expensive and unnecessary. We've been doing a lot of good work to identify areas that have these challenges. Like a couple of our manholes are where we're seeing water infiltrating through our manholes. We've done some slip lining on some piping, and we're seeing small reductions. Our most recent effort has been trying to educate the public and letting them know that basically stormwater should not be pumping into our sanitary sewer. Just as an example, there was one property where they had just a 2-horse pump pumping into our wastewater treatment or our sanitary sewer, and we could see the impact at the wastewater treatment plant. So we shut that off, and we could see everything starting to settle down.
Yeah.
It's a problem, but there's a long-term solution to it. It's not something we can do immediately.
Okay, so there's no major breaks in lines that are causing this?
Not that we're aware of.
Not that we're aware of. It's our summer system even with increased population with tourism is not as drastic as our the amount of flow we're getting in wet weathers.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to me like it'd be a major problem, and other municipalities have handled this. They're much lower flows for I&I. They're
Not all.
Not all
so
of them.
no.
We're all dealing with it.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Okay, but we were on the high level, that's for sure. And so it seems to me that to protect the system, we need a concerted effort to educate and not just educate, but to change the piping in everybody's house.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Pacho.
Yeah, the major problems is you try to drive around the village to the older parts of Harrison, you can see the downspouts are connected to the wastewater, to the drainage, and also, I suppose this is a bylaw situation, but also there are several RVs that are, what's the word I'm trying to use nicely, unofficially connected to our what do you call it? Sanitary sewer system, who are not paying for that as well. So that's another problem, and we have many motorhomes in the community, and some are connected. They put them in themselves, and they're now. But that's an investigation that has to be done. It's a long process, but yeah, that's been the major problem. Years ago, it would cost $50,000 every other month to move the sludge from the wastewater treatment plant. When the new one was built, it's much different. But like our staff has said, the influx of water is the big problem. But in the summer, it doesn't affect us.
Yeah.
Okay,
Councillor Vital.
thank you. So, Jace, just for clarity, this investigation was done, and if we were able to reduce the amount of that fresh water that went into the system, then theoretically that would increase the available capacity, which would help to sort of help and reduce the need for either upgrading or repairing or whatever some of the infrastructure that was already there and sound. Am I on the right track?
Yes, you're correct. So that's why they looked at these different conditions and seen what the requirements were if we initiate this program of doing reduction, and if we didn't, and what kind of what's the requirements would be on each. This will also relate to the wastewater treatment plant master plan as well once that comes out as well, because this all goes down into there, so it has a similar effect.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if this investigation would sort of like also include our RV parks, which have I would assume have a high discharge into our system. Is that correct? Or
We don't know.
We don't know. Yes, correct.
we don't know yet.
One of the recommended projects is monitoring for the resort and the 3 RV parks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see here on our next slide, it shows the different locations that we're looking at doing investigation work at, I-9 investigation, which then relates over to the map, and you can see sort of catchment areas that I'd like to do further investigation on, just to understand really if water is coming into our system and where.
Okay.
Can't manage what you don't measure. So if you don't have data, or for all we know, it's fine and our problems are elsewhere, but until we can have actual facts and data, it's difficult.
Exactly, yeah. So through here, in our sanitary sewer plan, we have projects identified. We have some that are planned. The lift stations, they're in progress right now. Working with the contractor to get the project started. So those are moving forward. We have one project identified as very high, which is Cedar Avenue sewer improvements. You can also see on the water master plan, Cedar Avenue had water. So there's 2 locations, 2 projects on Cedar that have been addressed as high or very high. We also have some projects, again, high as in the next 5 years. So some Force Main 3, Hot Springs Road sewer improvements, and Harrison Hot Springs Resort sewer flow investigation have been identified. And then we have from there a list of medium priorities that would be in our 5 to 10 year range, moving down to low priority projects in the 10 to 20 year range.
Can I ask some questions about stuff I found hard to read in the report?
Yes.
I'm looking at, just so you know, page 34 of the handout, or page 26 of the sanitary sewer master plan. And this ties into the Cedar Avenue with all the improvements. I understand we just upgraded lift station 1, the pump there. And I'm looking at page 34 of the package, page 26. 5.2, the first bullet, and this is wet weather flows observed existing level of developments. And it says pump at full speed is insufficient to convey peak flow. Pump 2 is required to prevent surcharging. Okay. But then on 5.3, wet weather flows, and help me understand why the pump is now sufficient. So under deficiencies, the first bullet is pump is sufficient to discharge, and no deficiency was identified. So can you, I guess my question is, we're digging up Cedar Avenue, and I know there's sanitary sewer, the pipes actually, but then the lift station, is lift station 1 sufficient, or is it insufficient? And I'm just having a hard time to know if there's further work planned on lift station 1. I'm sorry to blindside you with such a technical detail, but it ties into everything in the Cedar Avenue, which seems to be a convergence of things in these reports that Cedar Avenue needs some attention.
So the key component to that is the reduction of the infiltration and so once you remove the water coming in that shouldn't be there, that's when your capacity of your pumps and your lift stations are at where they should be. So that's the idea. It's the wet weather flow. All designs of sanitary sewers have, and storm sewers, but sanitary sewers has a factor in there, a safety factor for wet weather flows.
Okay.
Unfortunately, with some of our systems, especially in the south end of town that feed into lift station 3, for example, there's that's where a lot of our people that are in subdivisions that were underserviced with storm sewers. So their only alternative to get water away from around their foundation at one time was to pump into our sanitary sewer.
Okay.
So that's where you separate that. That's with the reduction program included. You remove, you separate those. That's when your capacity is.
So my takeaway, simple for the mayor's understanding, maybe the rest of council, is if we are unsuccessful with the infill whatever, the I&I program, if we can't reduce the wet weather flows of clean stormwater, then our pumps at lift station 1 they're going to burn out fast. We're taxing them past their design. So
yes,
we have to find a way. Again, not only the water treatment plant sounds like it's stressed and heavier use than it should be. It's also, I guess, our lift stations and other associated infrastructure is all at or past capacity. So for me, that emphasizes and underscores the need to be successful in this RDII program.
Yes, that's exactly true. Yeah, it just adds stress to the entire system and more capacity. Yeah.
And Mayor Town, if I may, while you're on this point, let's ask the question conversely. What if we are broke and we just focus on RDII? Can we extend the life span of these projects and maybe even delay them in a few years while we're saving some money? Can we just focus on RDII?
That's one step. That is one step in the right direction.
Okay, but I mean, just forego all these big projects and just focus on RDII. That's going to buy us some time.
Yes and no. I mean, our focus they should go in tandem. Okay. Because with the increase in flows, what we're trying to do is still like the challenge with these RDII programs is they don't happen overnight. So we still have to build capacity into our system to be able to maintain our existing conditions. And long term, yes, absolutely, that is where we want to target. And our field team has been doing a very good job, and that's part of our program is installing inspection chambers, so we can see that during wet flows, high rain flows, we can see water is being pumped through our sanitary connection.
Yeah, you've done a lot of that work, but is it not just a matter of walking around houses
No,
No.
with boots on the ground and saying, hey, your roof is draining to the wrong pipe, let's fix this?
no.
And giving them grants or something?
No, not particularly. I mean, we can, yes, there are programs that we can do. Takes time, takes funds, takes resources. And I know there has been some work done in the past, like they call them smoke tests. So you throw some smoke down into the storm sewer and you see the stack, it coming up the stack of a sanitary sewer. That's when you know it's connected. But that's time, money, and resources, right? So
Hopefully monitoring will be able to narrow down where the areas are. but-
Yeah.
that's exactly it. So our team is.
And they're gonna do three sites, three low hanging fruit.
We had one trailer park in town that we knew was an issue, and we were able to catch a violation and dealt with that. And that was the example that I was giving you,
Yeah.
where the water was pumping into the storm sanitary sewer and it was impacting the
Oh, great.
wastewater treatment
That's
line.
good.
So we were able to reduce that.
There's not new technology like LiDARs like that can look at this?
LiDAR is aerial.
Yeah,
That doesn't have to do with anything that's underground. What it is it's, you can put flow meters into sanitary sewers or storm sewers. But the challenge with that is it's not gonna tell you, it's not gonna pinpoint the property that would be connected.
Yeah.
It will tell you the area.
Yeah.
And we know where one of our most problem areas is the south part of town, like
sure, the whole thing.
Emerald and Diamond and
Old Place.
Old Place. Yeah, that whole area down
Yeah.
there. When they went in with the water upgrade and brought water through that whole area, they put storm was installed, but it wasn't. It was installed for road drainage, and of course road drainage. And it wasn't, there wasn't an alternative given. So this recent project that we did on, sorry, Jason. I'm
No, go for it.
sorry,
Keep going.
But you're the south of Emerald Avenue, where we filled in the ditch and put a storm sewer back there. Each one of those properties has a connection now, whereas alternatively didn't in the front.
Yeah.
So that, again, through that program, once it's online.
Once it's connected, but we
Yeah.
have to wait until.
Well, that portion is draining. It's
Okay.
the,
Yeah, it's just-
the side where the
side.
hoses are, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So there's an alternative for them to connect now. So again, this is one step in the process. So we've got the storm sewer. Now we've got to educate every property along there and encourage them to connect to that, and then disconnect their sanitary connection from their drain tile.
Yeah.
And get it pumped into the storm sewer.
And we won't see the benefits of the work from Hot Springs Road on the storm sewer side until
It's completed.
it's
DFO.
completed and tied in, and DFO didn't give a permit. They say there's a window to connect, and you can't connect the storm sewer to the river outside of this window. Ask for the permits well in advance, like months, years, a year, 6, 8 months.
Well before the window. That is for
And
sure.
window comes and goes and no permits. You have to wait for the next year to come around, and hopefully
Got it.
the permit gets approved. So
We're hoping we can lobby Mr. Viss to
it's a multi.
Oh.
bend the arm of our Jake's counterpart.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this the time we're asking technical questions or?
Sure, for sure, yeah.
The RDII one was a big one for me.
Yeah.
Page 22, the siphon across the bridge over here. I just walked through it actually. It seems to me like that's a potential problem. Like that's where it all happens, and it's a very old pipe and small, and it right underneath the bridge apparently it does 2 right angle turns. Unless I'm reading this wrong.
It's HDPE, which is high density polyethylene, which at one time it was fully exposed. There are some areas where you can still see it. So it is vulnerable. There's no question about it. We've applied twice for grant funding in order to, which would see a lift station installed on the corner here at, again, I'm stealing your thunder, sorry, Minor River Drive and Hot Springs Road. 2 applications were denied.
Because it seems to be a problem that our guys have to guys and gals have to clean it out every day, it looks like, if I read that correctly, they're cleaning out a screening so that the pub isn't backed up. Did I read that correctly?
No, that would be separate. That's that would be more related to Cedar Avenue improvements as a high priority. You can see on number 19 that's identified as the site.
Okay.
Screens in sanitary sewer systems is quite normal. Because people will put down wet wipes and towels and lots of things get into the sanitary sewer because they can flush down the toilet quite easily.
Yes.
So it's very common. Obviously, it would be great to eliminate. Now, the challenge, of course, is that, you know, the lift stations see these solids come through as well. So that's an impact that, and again, through our education program, we are, like during COVID, for instance, we saw a lot of the wet wipes starting to be put into the sanitary sewers. So that saw the big increase in pump maintenance and also maintenance with the screens and then at the wastewater treatment plant as well.
Page 56, you indicate that on Cedar, you're gonna put the main, or increase the main, you're gonna put a 350 millimeter diameter sewer, sanitary sewer. I'm just wondering if we just go to 450 and, you know, I mean, that's the main, that's where it all kind of ends up. Should we just, we're digging it up anyway, should we just go the extra capacity? Well, we've got it all exposed, spend the extra few bucks.
We would definitely just lean to engineering requirements on that. Like once we get into identify it as a project and go into detailed design, then we look at that from engineering requirements, and we'd want to make sure that they accommodate the future. So whatever their recommendations would be to properly size it.
And if we do it, then is it good to be able to handle the growth that we might expect in the next 50 years?
That's how they would look at that, is by monitoring the system and seeing where the populations are to make sure that everything's adequately sized for growth.
Okay.
In the sanitary sewer system, just to give you a kind of a high level comment about that, oversizing sanitary sewer pipe isn't always the best solution.
Oh, no?
Because if you've got a very large pipe and low flow, that means that nothing's getting through. And that's where you can see some backups, which increases maintenance and flushing and all that.
Oh, really?
Especially on low grade sanitary sewers like we have, because we're so flat.
It affects the force mains that can't keep up with it.
Force mains, they can flush it, but that's an intermittent, it doesn't, or the lift stations don't pump all the time.
Yeah.
They're just intermittent, they're as needed.
My next one is on page 68. Project 16 is right underneath the dike improvement projects that we just talked about a couple hours ago. Can we do that concurrently when we're ripping up the road? That's the force main replacement along, like leading to the treatment plant, from Cedar to the treatment plant. We can do it concurrently.
That is, yes, that's something we'd be looking at. Anything that has to go down to the road, we can see if, we want to tie this into any other projects and opportunities, so we're not doing things twice.
And then a general question, if I could. I've always been under the impression for years, well, for the last couple of years, that both our wastewater treatment plant and our water supply is so robust that we could double our population and not have a particular problem. Was I under the wrong impression? And if we solve these, can we manage, again, the growth that we're expecting in OCP?
I guess the best way to answer that is, from our knowledge, yes, we are, like the wastewater treatment plant, the water treatment plant are the upcoming plans. So that would be more, I guess, discussed when we have those plans to review and discuss.
These reports aren't about those plants. These reports are the transmission system to the plant.
Sure.
So,
but the water is, my question is certainly good for the water. You know, do we have enough water supply and
that's
infrastructure?
That's a report we're getting in the new year. The water treatment plant. This is the treated water delivery system, if you will.
So to answer your
right, it's two different things.
Yeah.
These are the pipes in the ground.
Didn't we just discuss water?
We have
Water master plan.
Yeah.
We've done that.
But that doesn't include the water treatment.
Correct. I get that. It's just the system.
Pipes.
Yes.
Moving around. Yeah.
It's the pipes, not the tap. I get, yeah. or the pipes, not the pump yet.
Not the filtration and cleaning system.
Okay.
Just a quick one on that one there. When we built the plant across the way there for the water, that's when we connected 104 homes to our water system that were on wells. And then over the years, we've added whatever the filtration tubes are, and I think the plant is big enough to take more capacity if we have to there. So my understanding has always been, and through the regional district long-term strategy, where they do take all these reports in place when they're doing that we're at some point our maximum growth will be probably in the region of just under 4,000 people, and that we have the capacity with the new plants and water to deal with this.
Where are you basing it? I mean, that goes to my question. I'm not sure I'm satisfied with the answer. But
Part of
where do you get that?
Part of it's in the long, which you've already read, part of it's in the long-term regional district strategy.
Oh, I thought you were just saying that our infrastructure will be able to handle up to 4,000.
Yeah.
It will.
That's what I was told.
That's
That's providing that everything is like this inflow that we have is corrected, like Jay says, in the summer months, and I've been told by the operator, summer months, we've got piles of capacity, even with all the thousands of tourists that are here. Now take that into consideration, the amount of tourists that come here between, say, April and September, that we're handling all that in our washrooms, plus all the accommodation washrooms, over and above the residential and the campgrounds. So that gives you some indication how well our plant manages. But this infiltration in the winter is a major problem, and it has to be corrected. If that's corrected, like Councillor Vidal asked, then the costs of everything would go down. We'd have to spend so much money in buying all those infiltration, whatever it's called, to keep the plant operating at a capacity.
Right.
I mean, when you see what comes out of that plant, the sludge, it's like fertilizer.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like it used to be years ago. It's like pure fertilizer.
So to answer your question, there is no number we can give you right now, and I
No.
wouldn't do that in advance of the additional plans coming.
Okay, but let me just ask it another way then, because I think the public may want to know.
Well, we know the public wants to know. And
Yeah,
that's
so
what I'm saying is that before you ask a question, I'll say it again, is we have these master plans coming forward in the early part of 2026. They will be able to answer those fully.
As it relates to what we're talking about today, though, are we contemplating fixing these things to allow for growth? If we did the do nothing option, just looked at the GDII aspect of it, are we good to go? And maybe we just, some people say stop growth, and that way we don't have to spend.
I don't know. I
$6
don't know if
million.
it's a fair question the way
Maybe
you
not.
phrased it, because
So
you're dealing with the system of moving water and wastewater and storm sewer water around versus the treating of water to make it drinkable and the treating of wastewater. They're related. Obviously, an option is to do nothing and then
Hope it doesn't break.
or you have a problem down the road.
Yeah, so whether we grow or not, these projects have to be done.
So I think the key for you to look at is in this table, we have DCC eligible. DCC funding is for growth.
Yeah.
DCC does not fund maintenance.
And
So
these-
where you see no,
I see
those
that,
are
yeah.
priority.
I do.
So you'll see that both on your sanitary sewer, your water, and your storm.
So Cedar Avenue, which is the biggest priority, we could get some help.
Yes, correct.
Councillor Fancher.
With all due respect, your worship, until we get the final plans on this, the only one thing I would ask through you to our CEO is, correct me if I'm wrong, but when Mr. Cossey comes to us with plans for a condominium does it not say that the developer has to put part of the plan is, do we have enough capacity to build that building? Am I correct?
Correct.
So that's already there.
They need to provide a report that supports
Thank you.
their development, yes.
And then we use these master plans to help with their
Thank
support
you.
modeling, and then we can.
Okay, so that gives that,
You provide this data to them?
This is all, like, all our master plans, like our existing ones are on our website. So that's all, yeah, and then these new ones will go on as well.
Yeah, they've been there for a few years.
Yeah, I hope you appreciate my question, and I think Councillor Jackson raised it yesterday, is like, at what point are we concerned about future development? Do we need to stop until this is all complete?
No, the good thing
no.
about growth is it doesn't happen overnight.
Right.
So we know, and also too, something to think about, whenever there is a development that puts an impact on one of our systems, if we can justify making them pay for an upgrade, that's where our priority is. If they're creating the impact, they're gonna have to fund it. It might not be an immediate upgrade, but perhaps it's money they put up in order for future development or future project.
I have a question about Miami River Drive and the sewer system there. And I see multiple things suggesting it's needs to be larger, upgraded. When I read it on the weekend, I was kind of frustrated in the sense of this was the original, the way that neighborhood and everything was designed for a certain size. And I don't recall any, I don't think anything's happened since it was all built in, and now it's undersized. So my question I had on the weekend was this, has something changed from the engineering and specifications? Or was it just under-designed? Like, did the standards change since Miami River Drive was built out? Or was it under-designed to begin with? And I'm just sort of frustrated that, you know, road there, and then looking at sewer replacements and all these kind of things, enforcement, all the other stuff going. But that was how it was designed. Do you have any knowledge? Just seems like we'd be digging up perfectly good pavement to replace something that was built.
and it lay dormant for 18 years.
Yeah, and there's no like other neighborhood off the end of Miami River Drive that's adding to it, but yet it's here as either low or high or medium priority for upgrades along the whole length of Miami River Drive.
Yeah, I think it's for the better part is, goes up to almost Walnut, and that's, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's because of the lift station. We upgraded the lift station there, before my time. Number 3 was upgraded to a larger, and then of course it's taking sewer flows from the south end there, and, so that was an identified undersized sanitary sewer at that time.
Yeah.
And it just did not get upgraded at that time. And it's, quite often it's based on funding. So I agree.
I'm just trying to understand. It's not about blame. I'm just trying to understand how we came to a situation to upgrade all of Miami River Drive essentially, when that's how it was designed in the first place.
It's a legacy issue that, of course, you know, this is the challenge with these projects, is that, you know, you have to progressively deal with the issues as they come, and with this identified, this is where we have to prioritize our funding, or you know, look at the list, see what your high, medium, and low is, and put our funding towards it.
And I try to say that this building standards and engineering standards have changed tremendously. I mean, when we did the water plant, we put a bigger line on Hot Springs Road just for fire protection, because the one that was on Hot Springs Road didn't have the capacity for the water. So it's, I would imagine it was to do with the engineering at the time. That's the size you want. And that now we're faced with, while you're on that, if everything is flowing okay, why do they need replacing?
Quite often, well, depending if it's a size issue or if it's a condition issue.
Okay.
Because a lot of our older sanitary sewers are, forgive me, fitness clay. I would call it vit clay, which is, they can be quite brittle and cracked. And with the newer standard PVC, is we've got a good lifespan,
Correct.
get a lifespan.
Yeah, that's what happened in Angus Estates, that they broke, and that's what it was receiving the infiltration of water. Yeah.
Do we have any wood sewers left?
Not,
That was a thing.
I know, yeah, there's Woodstave, not here in Harrison, but I know Chilliwack does have some
Yeah.
areas.
It's true.
Okay.
Okay,
It was a lot.
Very good, Jason.
Yeah. I'll move over to storm. So our storm sewer system, the master plan here builds also on our 2016 liquid waste management plan. So that one had combined storm and sanitary, our previous plan. So we've broken that out to two separate plans this time to look at creating a storm sewer model, and then also doing analysis for existing and future design storm scenarios. So with this, there's 9 projects identified, 18 conditional projects that would require more investigation work. So kind of highlight the 9 projects that were identified. We have one in the high priority, which is assess Miami River Dike Pump Station. I'm happy to say that that project is underway. We're working on the assessment of that, so that is happening. We'll get a report shortly on that. And then from there, we have 6 medium projects identified for the 5 to 10 year range, and then 2 low priority projects as well. So yeah, some of these, there's no drainage systems in place that we need to be added, and then some projects that just identify conditional ones to really assess for future storm events and to see what capacity is and for moving water away. So priority 1, because everything flows down towards the Miami River, is to assess the pump station and make sure that the water can get out correctly. So yeah, we'll be having a report back on that shortly. This map, this shows all the projects and the conditional projects. So there's a lot on here. Again, a lot of them are conditional, just need more assessment. But really, we have one high priority one with this book should be tackled within the first 5 years. The rest from the 5 to 10 year range. So next, I want to talk about some of our current budgets.
Go ahead. Sorry, I had some technical questions about this one. I'm sorry. Page 132 of our package, anyways. So what my issue here was, I think it was with regards to water quality. No, okay, you've addressed the Miami River thing. I'm sorry, page 141, water quality. It discusses swales and bioswales, biofiltration swales. And, you know, and this came up with the former mayor actually in our environmental committee and in other engineering discussions about a lot of our storm sewers are going into Miami River, into the system, and there's no biofilter, and I don't know the correct engineering word for it, but these swales, either made from sand and gravel or biomats and that sort of thing. So we're getting all oil and pollution from roads going into the system. And that was identified as an issue, but you know, this is a few years ago. And it's mentioned in here. Do you have a comment about that? Are we going to prioritize that, or?
So with bioswales and like rain gardens to help like filter pollutants is kind of what you're asking?
Off the roads.
Yeah, so I mean, with the Little West project, we're adding a rain garden there for similar concepts. Also on Hot Springs Road, we're looking at doing a new sidewalk and having a rain garden kind of bioswale in there to help filter out pollution. So it is something that we look at in projects, but then a lot of the other quality would be, I believe the master plan identifies as doing more investigation work just to see where, do more testing and see if there's any areas that could be improved as well.
Because some of the dikes or some of the ditches along McCombs particularly, they're going right in the Miami River, without these swells. And I'm wondering if there's a few areas that we can prioritize for bioswales.
Yeah.
Biohazard swales.
Yeah, looking through filtration is always ideal to help with any kind of road pollution. And yeah, it's something that's, I believe, identified as a recommendation to do more investigation work on that. So that's on the priorities projects that we'd be looking at.
Okay. The other one is on page 143, and that is the geotechnical hazard that might exist around the screw pumps at the mouth of the Miami River. Has that ever been assessed from up above? Because this report suggests that a potential problem is the landslide coming down and blocking the Miami River. And then that'll be a bit of a problem. I think that was on page 143.
I think that would be, so you're talking about for 27, probably for 27 for anything coming down towards Miami River?
I don't have that. Is it geotechnical potential landslide blocking the mouth of the Miami?
I believe that was one of the conditional projects. So yeah, that would be something that would require more investigation work to look into.
Okay. And lastly, if you don't mind, my understanding is that historically, when there was more farmland upstream, that there was a ditch along sort of the bottom of Mount Woodside that extended, past Emerald, really. Has that ever been uncovered? And I know that parts of it have been culverted and parts of it has just simply been filled in. Is that an option for a natural runoff that we could have? I was surprised to not see it on the map.
I don't have any knowledge of that one, but that's something I could investigate more.
Because it's surprising that some of the properties on that side of Harrison House, when you go in their back, there's a lot of water back there. It's really quite low. It's not a runoff.
That's the storm sewer on underneath the highway.
Yeah.
From whatever road that is, from Emerald all the way south.
Yeah, I don't know if that'll solve the problem for those particular properties. Maybe the natural flow is from Mount Woodside to these sectors, is that right? There's a couple meters difference gradients from
Naturally.
Towards the
behind us.
Yeah.
A couple meters difference.
Yeah, and then towards the Miami River.
Yeah.
So next we want to look at some of our values that we have here in reserves and DCCs. So keep in mind this is the 2025 opening balances, which will be updated shortly as we get to year end. Currently in water, we have 1.16 million in reserves. Sewer, we have 1.22 million. Wastewater treatment plant, we have 595,000. And then DCCs, which we identified on some of these projects, show if it's priority that can be assessed through DCCs. Would be drainage DCC with 1.25 million. We have a parks DCC, water DCC is 1.84, and sewer DCC is at 1.59 so far. And that's something we continue to contribute to our reserves, and then DCCs as applicable.
Yes, right.
I find these, the reserves and the DCCs on the low side if something should happen. So this was the reasoning, I believe, that our financial officer came forward with asking and requesting that increase in utility charges and that to bump up those reserves. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. So even in the past 5 years, like annually, we're still drawing from these reserves to do improvements to our infrastructure. And lift station 1 just got completed. We've been doing a lot of improvements of the treatment plants. So we contribute to them, but of course we draw from them. So that's the idea, is obviously for these long-term or mid to long-term infrastructure improvement projects will need more reserves, or other funding sources such as grant funding. We'll leverage DCCs where we can. And it's just obviously the bigger number in there, the better for sure.
Because I know other smaller communities in BC have been faced with not having enough in their reserves or their DCCs. And the only other option they have is to borrow the money or to increase property taxes. So, and as we move along in the years, costs for replacement and whatever are just gonna increase. So I know there were, some residents who, for lack of a better word, complaining that there was going to be this increase in utility costs and taxes, but to me, this is clearly an indication of why it needs to be done.
Yeah.
So thank you, financial officer. Okay.
Yeah, I concur, Councilor Vital. I know a little bit about some other communities that have drawn down the reserves to
Yeah.
either not have any increases at all when
Yeah.
costs are increasing every year. And these places find themselves really behind the 8 ball, making very difficult decisions, or
Yeah.
the future council has a very difficult decision with massive increases. And the most recent one is the North Shore, North Vancouver, with their wastewater treatment plant. And the overage, the
Yes.
cost overruns are
Yes.
gonna cost each house, I think I saw $600 a year for 20 or 30 years.
Yeah.
Just the overage, that's not even
Yeah.
that's just the amount that project's running over budget. So, and I think that's a $3 or $4 billion project right now. When I see these numbers in the just over $1 million, it looks like a lot of money, but I think when we start looking at the cost estimates for any of these projects, you're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to start.
Minimum.
And it goes
There's
up.
also been, I believe, a smaller community in the Okanagan
Yes.
that was faced with something similar that resulted in a huge tax increase to their residents. So like I said, I commend our financial officer for realizing that we're low and that we need to increase our reserves. So.
And I also take the point, I think, when we were talking with Jason's staff earlier on some of these projects, certainly the Cedar Avenue one, I think maybe Councilor Pacha, you mentioned it, 10 years ago, when it was first identified as a deficiency or some place for potential work, the cost was $375,000 or something to that effect. And now it's 1.2 million.
Yeah, exactly.
So waiting isn't necessarily always a great idea. Councilor Jackson.
Thank you, Worship. This is deja vu. We, 205, when we got elected, when we came on council, you wouldn't believe the condition of the infrastructure here. From the wastewater plant was shut down basically. Every pipe leaked, it seemed to me. Water filtration would be done by hand. We had to climb these hills, and they were steep, but we did it. And the thing is that in those days, the provincial government was not giving grants. Our mayor at the time went to them, we don't give you money for water, we don't give you money for anything. So we had to do that with what we had here. We even bought a camera to find the leaks. It didn't work very well because you gotta dig down and fix this sort of thing. But the moral of the story is, so when this council leaves eventually, whatever it is, who'll get reelected, is that you leave the place better than when you came in. And I think that's what we have to strive for.
Thank you, Councilor
I love this
Jackson.
conversation, and I applaud these master plans.
Yeah.
They're very, really thought out, and if we had something like this, 18 years ago, we would have been further off, but we didn't. So carry on, staff, and thank you.
We inherit a lot of things, and hopefully we're good stewards of the village, and we leave it in a better condition for future. Councilor Pacha.
First, Councilor Vitals. Up country was Soyuz, 28% increase.
Is Soyuz?
And for the taxes because of their sewer system, I think it was, sewer.
Yes, I think it was everything.
There's everything, yeah, that was about 3 years ago on that score, but like Councillor Jackson says, I can recall back in '93 when the CFO of the day, a lady, said to her, we should start putting money away for reserves. And from that day to this day, we've done pretty good in keeping reserves in our community Not as much as we like. Obviously, we have to raise things slowly to keep, like Councillor Vidal said, the 16% that we're doing now, but it's done for a reason, because we have a small population but very expensive infrastructure. The water one alone, I mean, many communities would cut their arm to get what we've got in our water system. I mean, you've got our closest neighbours, Boston, Hope, in the board water advisory, in certain areas there they had, Boston Bar for years, they had the same situation. We're here, this little joint of ours, we've got a grant built in, and we're well off, but again, like Al says, we're the decision makers, but it's these guys here that they do the grants and make us look good. We do the lobbying, obviously that's our job, but it's the staff I've always said make us look good, and I'm very proud of this community where we are in our financial position compared to a lot of, we're only 2,000 people for God's sake, and where we should be really proud of the infrastructure from the reservoir to the water to the sewer that we have here. The people should realize that. And unfortunately, not all of them do. Sorry, I ranted on that.
If you don't have a problem, sometimes it's easy to take things for granted, but it's obvious what you don't see under the roads is critically important to the village. And that's, when I look at it, job one of the village is clean drinking water and treating wastewater and making sure the place doesn't flood on a rainy day. So those are job ones for me. And I really do appreciate the effort and the time and the thoroughness.
Yeah.
As much as I didn't like all the reading and all the acronyms, but I do appreciate the thoroughness and the thought that's gone into the evaluating the needs from high to moderate to low. And I think it'll give all of us a lot to think about. And I know it's going to create a lot of work for staff, and particularly our finance officer, to find ways to start tackling the high and very high priority items in a way that's affordable to the village.
Your worship, what is needed from us today for the start?
I think there's a recommendation to adopt these plans when we get to the end of the presentation.
Okay.
Can Councillor Steinmetz?
Just two questions. Water quality. Tell me about water quality. How do we stack up against other communities in BC for our water quality in terms of turbidity and chemicals, chlorination, and all that? Is it very high quality water that we're drinking?
We have good water, yes, and we do put our reports on our website, so anybody that's looking for them can find them.
Good, best in class, top 10%.
I don't think we've done an analysis.
It's meet or exceed provincial and federal standards.
Oh, it does. Okay.
I
guess that's
good.
good.
The bar is there's no below the bar.
Okay.
Meet or exceed.
Do we have fluoride? Do we use fluoride here?
That's a good question. That'd be, where's Tyler when we need him?
I don't.
And we do use a little bit of chlorination as needed.
Yeah, that's
okay.
You have to.
And then question about the money for Scott. So can we add up the DCC for water and our water reserves into one fund? No. That was my understanding.
You
You
don't want water and sewer crossing each other.
Okay, so water reserve and water DCC. Did I say something correct?
Oh,
that's what I mean. So is that one?
So yeah, if I may.
Water reserve.
Could you
or water
explain the
DCC?
strengths and conditions with all these reserves and the flexibility the village has to access them?
Okay, so we've got over $3 million for water between water DCC and water reserve. Is that correct?
That's correct. However, we only can leverage water development cost charges on certain types of requirements, and basically it's around growth. So on the spreadsheet that Jace had up, where it said DCC eligible, if it says yes, that means it's growth. There's a growth component to it, but we can't use 100% DCCs. It's a complex formula, so we usually use DCCs first because they're the most restricted. And then grants, obviously, if we have them, reserves, other types of funding.
And I can see this as a rainy day fund. How much would you draw down, for instance, the water reserve? We're at 1.16. Would you bring it? How far down would you be comfortable, or should we be comfortable
I think the answer to that question, Councillor, is what projects this council
Right.
approves.
Exactly.
We could shoot our shot and just do it all if we wanted to.
Did you see those numbers?
Oh, yeah, no, we can't.
So that,
math doesn't work.
well, everything has a price.
Yeah.
And these are a good snapshot of the reserves at a point in time, probably in the last couple of days or week or so. But this is the conversation for our budget deliberations is with lots of information from staff, how we can tackle hopefully the very high projects, and if there's other moderate ones that overlap, where can we combine and get some overlapping projects with paving and storm sewer and sanitary sewer and water all at the same time, do it once.
Yeah, I think that kind of ties into this slide here where really what we're going to do with these master plans. So we want to integrate these projects into a short-term and long-term capital plan. So really looking at priorities, funding, grant opportunities, and come up with a plan of when we will tackle these projects and how. And then we also want to update asset management priorities. So that sort of ties into creating a plan for this, is knowing our asset management and when infrastructure needs to be upgraded. So it all sort of ties together into this capital plan. And we also will keep using these master plans as they always have been to guide development approvals. And also, use these recommendations for grant opportunities. So that's going to be one of our biggest ones. So get as many grant opportunities as possible, and then integrate that all into capital plan. So kind of tying that into is council adoption of these plans. And then we'll be using these plans in the 2026 budgets, creating a capital plan, but we don't want to do that until we have our wastewater treatment plant and water treatment plant, because they all tie together into the long-term future and what we need to accomplish, and then we'll be continuing to apply for grant funding.
Councillor Faccio.
I'll move that, your worship.
Move the adoption of
Yeah.
the three plans we have here in front of us today. A seconder to that, Councillor Jackson.
Read the whole-
Seconder needed.
Oh, no seconder needed.
Read the
I'm
whole-
sorry. You were the sorry. Discussion, Councillor Biden.
Thank you. A more comment than anything. I certainly am not an engineer, and these master plans, to a certain extent, go right over my head. So I certainly appreciate the availability of staff to explain it to me in as a phrase that was used this morning, plain language. And I think going through this process with Jace today is like, this is not the pretty stuff that the residents associate with the village, right? Yet if we don't have this, then we have nothing. So this is critical work that is being done. So I don't know that all of our residents understand that. You know, they want to see the splash pad, you know, or whatever put down at the beach. But I just want to say thank you to our staff for these master plans. I find are incredible, and I certainly will.
I don't need
be
them, I
voting
understand.
for the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Vital. Councillor Schweinman.
Thank you. Yeah, I echo that. It's a fantastic piece of information here. A lot of work went into this. Thank you for that. So the motion is just to adopt for information. We're not adopting the plans, just for
Adopting the
information.
plans.
Okay. Couple quick questions about ditches. I hike a lot in the east sector, and there's that ditch, that straight on ditch from it almost goes to the lake. From I don't know which trail it is, from the Bridle Trail, and it just goes straight across. I don't know what the history of that is, but it fills up with a lot of water sometimes, and there's beavers in there. can that be used? I don't know, for more better drainage to the lake? Do you know
It's
what
part of our
I'm talking
system.
about?
Yep, it is
Yeah.
part of our system. It does surcharge, and we do see some beavers in there once in a while,
Yeah.
so that which creates its own challenge. We're not gonna get into that in particular, but that is part of our network, and it does drain back into the Miami River.
Yeah. And I would encourage us to really pursue that GDII strategy. It just seems like that's really gonna take a lot of pressure off of our system in all of our system, more storm and sanitary, including that former historic ditch that used to be along that wood side. Again, I've hiked back there. I've seen all the water. There's lots of little tiny ponds and standing water back there. And the natural lay of the land is such that it would go towards the Miami River and towards the lake without running down towards the rest of the town, towards the east sector. So I would encourage you to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swinburns. I have a question before I call a vote. I know we can adopt these plans. My question is, what else would staff need to help come back to council early in the new year with budgets, capital plans? Do you need, and Councillor Swinburns touched on it, one of his priorities. Do you need something from council to indicate what would the priority projects be? I don't want to sift through this. I'm really relying on staff to say these are the most important ones. Do you need something from council to help guide your own internal work when you come back with budget recommendations?
If it is council's wish to adopt these three plans, this will inform from high down
From a high
below.
level.
Yeah, it'll inform our capital plan. The good thing is a number of the high priorities are already in the works, so that's a good thing. But certainly, if we can get these adopted, that'll inform our budget deliberations.
Thank you. Go ahead,
That's a
Councillor.
good point, very good question, Martin. Like if there's some lower priorities, like the one that I mentioned, that I personally would like to raise, like the biohazard swales, which I think are important. Because you think about all the salt and all the nutrients going into the Miami River, which end up in the lake. How would we raise the priority level on that? I guess we'll have to see if we have any money left.
Yeah, if I may. So if you're talking about incorporating those types of design aspects into the existing infrastructure, then that would be something we'd have to look at as a capital project for the future. If you're wanting to incorporate those types of design aspects in new development, then that's something we can take away and we can look at prioritizing in future development.
Councillor Bradshaw.
Good point, but nowadays with different types of vehicles that you have to virtually take them to a dealership. Back when I lived here, the oil from your car went straight into the Miami River.
Yeah.
In them days.
Yeah.
It was a bad thing, but my understanding is, and we've had people like Mike Pearson, the stream keepers, and salmon have come back into the Miami. Fish are flowing. It's I wouldn't say it's 100% healthy, but obviously it's healthy than what it used to be. And there's always, we are never going to stop the runoff from the roads. It's impossible. It's impossible. The kilometers of roadway that we have in the village, plus the highway here, which runs into Miami, that will never be stopped. It's impossible.
Well, but these biohazard swales.
They could help, but it will not stop totally the runoff from the rain on the blacktop and everything else that comes off your vehicle, and sand and salt from the winter that all goes only one way into the Miami, into the river, and we're all still here. We're all healthy. The water is wonderful to drink.
Seeing no further discussion, I'll call a vote. All in favor of adopting these master plans, and they're adopted. Thanks, staff, again.
Thank
you.
So much to think about and lots of important stuff. I see the time is 2:16, and I'm gonna suggest we take a break.
Yep.
And then shift gears into the rest of our agenda after this heavy subject here. Can we reconvene at 2:30, please? 2:30, it's 2:17, 2:18 right now. Thank you.
A happy wife.
Oh, boy. 2:30 in the afternoon, we'll reconvene this. Won't be long. I see the next item on our agenda is road paving. Apparently Councillor Fascio has been inspired by the Ministry of Transportation with the new asphalt all over the place around here. So,
Well,
Councillor Fascio.
if I had the same guy to talk to I spoke to in 2022, we'd get done for nothing. And I don't.
Yeah, he's retired.
Retired. But anyway, we've had, no, the staff know this one, but we've had a complaint for several years from Naismith. That's the section from the Altendorf Bridge to the four-way stop sign. So that would be the west part of Naismith. And that road hasn't been touched since when I moved in there in 76. And it was done, I think, in the early 70s. So that hasn't been touched.
I spoke with someone last summer that lives on
Same lady
there, who said she spoke to a former councillor,
Yes.
and trying to get it on the list and with the rutting and pooling of water. But it was, I think, if I recall correctly, she said the road was paved in 1972.
Yeah.
And I sort of gasped, going, "That's 50-year-old pavement.
Yes.
That's amazing."
Yes.
That's good value.
It's very young. Okay?
Yeah.
Very, very young.
Anyway, I'm aware of Naismith and
Anyway, what I'm
those
saying,
observations.
this is all a budgetary item, I believe. I was told by somebody the costing of what that section would cost. But it is, if you look down there, it seems to be on a rainy day, it does look at the worst end of Naismith for pools of water. So that's, and then the other one, so that would be from the Altendorf Bridge, which is the west, where it just, that used to be a cul-de-sac, and it opened up.
But Councillor Fashion, it's not the whole part of it either. Like, we were there, Jason took us on a drive there, and it's actually it's only about half of that western part of Naismith.
So I'm just saying, from the Altendorf Bridge going east
Yeah.
to the four-way stop sign.
So where the bridge comes out?
Because where the Altendorf Bridge, it used to be a cul-de-sac there.
Yeah.
And when Wask built the subdivision, it opened up.
They just didn't.
So from the Altendorf Bridge, east, that's the new part. That's got the water, everything. Now from the Altendorf Bridge going east towards the mountain, that's to the four-way stop. That's only part of it. The rest is.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay.
So that, and then Cedar Avenue, well, that's in the same, as about a state as the sidewalk, which I make a sarcastic comment that we're going to replace on Lillooet. That's in a terrible state. That's Cedar West. Cedar West. East was virtually redone when they put the new water line down there. Although that really Cedar East is one that should be looked at very seriously for the amount of vehicles that are parked on our boulevard, and that could be used as an extension. Don't know whether you could do it next year or the year after for paid parking as well, but that has to be looked at. Anyway, so Cedar west towards the lift station you're talking about, by the hotel, that's in a terrible state, the paved there. Part of it was done by the developer from the new condo on St. Alice. So part of that road has been done, but the majority of it is in a terrible state.
I think the sidewalk ends also.
On the side.
Behind the Cromrye.
And then I'm just giving a list of four here. These are the old parts of Harrison. Of course, Echo Avenue, I would suggest that this is no reflection on anybody, that the small part that leads to Spring Park, where the construction is going into 4 homes, it would have been nice if we maybe had got into with the developer at the time, and we could have paved that whole road instead of he paved half of it, and we could have done the whole part, which is only but anyway, that's water under the bridge. So that's Echo Avenue, and again, that was done for $30,000, the east part, in 1980. The 30,000, so that's when that was last done, and that's going towards the mountain.
30,000 will get them here now.
Yeah. And the last one is, it's in a bad state, it's had so many connections with the drainage and other is older as well. So that's the 4, and I put them in priority, but it's not up to me, it's up to the staff. I don't micromanage. Now I put it in order of Naismith, Cedar, Echo, and Alder in priorities. So that's what's to do with paving the new road. And if we at some point decide to do Naismith East, that's when we have to get into the water line and put water as well, which at some point we have to look at connecting the village to our water system so they can all pay towards it. It would certainly help.
Yeah.
But that's another conversation.
But related, and I think I thank you for this and sharing your views. I don't think anyone would dispute that this asphalt is it's not pristine, and the priorities. Cedar, when we took the tour last week, I hadn't looked at it closely, and I'm glad we did it on a really rainy day, but there was a lot of water standing on the road. And what I didn't realize is that the north side of Cedar is either a very rough ditch or retaining walls or scrub or something like that. It's anyway, I was surprised because I've never looked at that before. I also recall from some of these plans here that Cedar Avenue looks like it could be a focus for several, and one high priority or one very high or 2 projects. I know staff won't pave it and then dig it up. Hopefully, if staff's going to be recommendations on any of the upgrades that are high priorities or very high priorities here that involve Cedar, we can get a budget for a comprehensive. So we go in once, upgrade what needs to be upgraded, and replace new asphalt, new sidewalks, what needs to be done to bring it to a good standard. And likewise, I think Echo and Naismith both had, there's no water, I think, potable water connections. There's no, and the looping question was also part of that too.
Yeah, there's one, I think is it Naismith that doesn't have it?
Naismith doesn't have water.
Yeah.
Echo has a water main upgrade that needs to be done to solve things.
Right. So if we're looking at paving, I'd like to have that be the final step to whatever has to be done underneath and not have to dig things up after it's been paved. So
excuse me, butting in your worship, just correct me. From the Alterdorf Bridge going east, that up to the 4-way stop sign, there is a water line already in there. Is that right? Or is it just to certain homes?
So there's an existing water system. I'm just pulling up the map right now.
probably a mapping here.
Yeah, but to speak to it directly, I can, it'll just take me a second here. Let me see here. So if we're talking about Naismith West, yes, there is water that loops around, and then it goes as far as, it looks like 3 doors down Naismith to the east of Eagle, and Echo is fully serviced. So it's Naismith and so the east end of Naismith that would require water. Then of course Mount Street between Driftwood and Naismith would require, and then Naismith to Eagle.
Can you advise on what is I don't know if there is a normal or standard approach to putting in water and sewer and or water, whatever, into these utilities into a neighborhood. Are they? I know from other local governments, sometimes if they have a debenture and it's paid off by the people that are fronting that or in that neighborhood. What is the norm? And I don't even know if the people that live there want water or if it's. Tell me a little bit about what's normal in this.
It's called
situation.
local improvement area, and there is a bit of a process to, you basically have to poll every property and there has to be a certain percentage that is accepted to it. And then there's a number that would be set for each property to be able to connect. And that would be a portion of the total cost of engineering and construction. Now that can change depending on zoning. If it's R1, for instance, then you'd get one EDU and they would have a formula. Whereas if you had a larger property and it could be something that was pre-zoned or to say multifamily, then it would take as many. Say if it was for 15 units, you'd pay for an increased portion because of the amount of connections. So yes, it is something we could explore. It's kind of like I guess it's just a form of small election, I suppose, in a sense, for lack of a better term, is you just poll for every property and make it.
Have we had requests from any of those properties to be able to connect to our water system, village water system?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
I know that historically along Lillooet Avenue, for instance, on the north side, there's some townhomes that are there that are seeing decreased water quality and increased maintenance and operation of their existing water system, and they're really excited about the potential of water coming across and with the development to loop that area. So,
they're not connected either? Really, those townhouses past the boat ramp?
Yeah.
They're on a well?
Yeah.
And are we responsible for these wells?
No.
Do they do their own independent testing, each house?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with their system, but it is their responsibility.
It's their system.
Wow.
So there's some things to think about here, and I would think those neighborhoods and those streets, those people affected. If we're going to repave, I guess it sort of comes with a bit of a double point question.
Exactly.
Repave means put the water in and repave, and maybe sidewalks and other improvements that would be warranted, or repave and you're going to run a well for apparently pavement lasts 50 years here. So or for several decades.
The rules may have changed, but when we extended to 104 homes when we put the water plant in, we just said we're doing these certain streets.
Yes.
And we gave them, I think, up to 1 or 2 years to connect if they wished. But at least we've got the water down there, and then they have to pay. They don't connect, the frontage charge for the water. So at least the water line is there.
Correct. The difference between that and a local improvement area is that was grant funded.
Yeah.
The local improvement area is funded by the taxpayer.
Yes. Yeah, this is what we do with the regional district. They pick an improvement area and the taxpayers have to pay for it. Yeah, that's a much different situation. Yeah, that was through a grant, you're right, situation. But anyway, it's but the actual short part of Naismith we're referring to where the mayor's had been approached, that's got water.
Correct.
So that could be paved.
Correct.
Jace?
Yeah, so you are correct, that one does have water, so it could be an independent project. We have identified that it is in not very good condition there. Because of the complaint we got, we did receive an actual quote from a paving company for that. So for that section was $76,000.
76, okay.
Forgive me, Mayor Talon, do we have an asphalt reserve or anything like that?
We don't, sorry.
Go ahead, yeah, please see if
we don't have an asphalt reserve, but we have general reserves that could cover something like that.
Okay. What I might recommend is that we look at perhaps establishing an asphalt reserve or something in the future. I'm not sure if that's something that council's interested in, and then maybe a long-term.
DCC is not allowed?
It's not expansion,
No?
that's maintenance.
Oh.
Yeah, so I mean, if we were talking about increasing, you know, the capacity of a road and that kind of thing, perhaps maybe sidewalks might be able to include, I'm not sure, I'd have to look at how that gets modeled.
I've spoken to our CFO a little bit, helping inform myself of this and a great many other things. And I'm going to ask in the new year that we get a good summary and overview of all the reserves we have and the restrictions on certain reserve funds. I think we have 28 different reserve funds. That may be a surprise to some here. Some have very little amount of money in it, and some seem to overlap. But might be an opportunity to rationalize the village's reserves and set them up in a sustainable manner and have that conversation. And Councillor Vital.
Thank you. I wonder if it would be worthwhile to sort of have staff get an inventory of those streets in the village that maybe in addition to these 4, that may within 3 to 5 years will need repaving. Again, that would give us a little bit of a benchmark. I know these specifically came at the request to Councillor Facio, but I do believe there's other roads.
I can think of one.
So could I.
Yeah, but you have to get hold of the mayor of Agassiz.
No, I keep saying, we need to get Agassiz to just give us that road, right? But
McPherson is in, it's been patched a couple of times.
a couple of times.
Yeah,
Borderline.
but do I understand, what I've heard in the past, I don't know if it's true, is the village line runs sort of down the middle of McPherson Road, so half the road is in the district of Kent.
Correct, yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Another partnership.
Yes.
There's another partnership.
At least you got the water line down there.
Yes, at least the water
That
line.
is true.
You got the water line.
And
So,
sewer.
so just so I can move on with this,
Mhm.
can I make a recommendation or just leave it to start at the budget meeting to?
I think when it comes up in the budget,
Okay.
if we can get estimates and what the costs are for these projects, and if the paving is a final phase or a second phase of a different, like a larger project, then we should know that too. And I don't know if there's huge savings in mobilization if we bite the bullet and pave everything in 1 year, we wait a year and pave it all, or do it year by year. I don't know.
Yeah, there might be an opportunity perhaps to partner, because we know that this next spring, we're gonna see Hot Springs Road finished, and maybe we can get something prioritized for that.
So
I like that idea.
Yeah.
It'll take about afternoon to do some of these things.
Exactly.
They're here anyways.
10 minutes.
assuming the base of the road is in good
That's
condition,
where
there's
the expense
always a
comes from.
surprise when you dig up old asphalt, I'm
Mhm.
sure. But I have no issue with this, informing staff.
You're more than welcome to provide a
recommendation.
motion to, a direction to staff if you want to prioritize, use this list and come back.
If you want a motion, I'm just gonna leave it to, refer it to staff to come back.
Yeah,
That's good enough.
we do have cost estimates
That's
for
cost,
these
yeah.
locations, based off the existing what we have, so we can bring that towards.
Yeah.
Would that also
consideration.
include an inventory of other streets?
Yeah, so we do have our asset management plan. It needs a lot of updating, so it's something we're going to be really focusing on, and that actually has a lot of the installation dates, expected life expectancy, and then that can help us inform different paving plans.
We also have the roads, bridges, and
Yes.
active transportation plan that we can use to bring back.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Fashion.
Thank you.
We have a question.
No, I'm just gonna make a question, that reserve, especially statutory reserve, was not changed, you can borrow against them. You can borrow money from that and you can use it for the projects, and you pay it back. That's right. And you pay back the most important one first, over a period of time.
Mhm.
So though there may be a long list there, and they've done a fantastic job of this, it puts you in a position where rather than having to go to the bank or wherever we go, the finance authority, we can do it on our own.
Mhm.
So that's one of the real advantages of it.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
The rest of the case.
Thank you, Councillor Kane.
Let's help Anchor.
I
Right.
have dealt with item E
E.
earlier this morning, so it takes us to F.
Yeah.
Boardwalk, Councillor Patrick.
Yeah, this is a combination of Christie and me on this one. Comes out of the accessibility committee meetings in regards to many moons ago to bring forward the Moby mats for the beach for the disability people. And it's used they're used quite a bit actually by the mothers or fathers, but they're pushing their babies on there as well, which is great. But I'm going back. I've been given a cost on what a concrete boardwalk would be. Just I'm using Rendell Park as the first phase. And it's very expensive in comparison to a boardwalk, which is used very commonly in Europe. And there they have an ocean that comes in, not a lake. And they're used, and people use them all the time. Works very well, and they do have besides a Moby mat, they do have a portion of Tofino's beach with a boardwalk as well. So the idea is to incorporate a boardwalk for the accessibility people with rails to get down. It doesn't have to be all the way to the water. As I had a conversation with Jace, we could extend the water portion with the Moby mat. If they wanted to go in the water and put their feet in or sit in it, if they were able, they could do that. So that's the idea. I'll let Christy shed a bit more information on this.
Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Mary Fallon. Yes, so this has been brought up at the accessibility committee meeting, and it would be sort of an enhancement to the Moby mats. And I think it would be similar to the portion that was paved with railings near the plaza.
Yeah.
So sort of just providing an additional pathway down. We've had many discussions internally, so I might hand it over to Jason a second here, just sort of surrounding the area and any potential upgrades to the existing walkway, because before we would look at making any sort of like concrete attachment, say, or a wooden attachment to that ground base right now, we'd want to be making sure we're taking any other like the dike infrastructure projects into consideration if that's going to be digging anything up. But I will let Jace comment.
Yeah, I can kind of touch on that. So totally, we have to really consider how the dike integrates into it, and just for any connection points, we want to kind of make sure that's all tied in at the same time. Other consideration, I had preliminary discussions with our environmental consultant. So basically, like for example, would be Rendell Park. If we go past the grass section, we would need a lot more environmental permits to do any project there. But staying at that part is something that can be achieved at a modest budget.
Councillor Vital.
Thank you. I'm wondering if this is something that could be looked into with once our ACC bylaw is done. I know there's the potential for some development on Rendell Beach. I don't know at what stage of approval that is, or if, you know, at that time, community amenity contributions or whatever, but it occurred to me that perhaps ACCs could help with that one.
I don't see why it could be a concern.
Yeah.
My question, sorry.
Any other comments?
Yeah.
No, well, I was just concerned about this environmental permitting extending beyond the grass. Yeah, it could be years and years before we get a permit to do that. And maybe it is this rolling mat. It's like a wooden rolling mat, isn't it? I'm trying to remember. There was something. Yeah, but something even more robust than that. Something thicker, maybe.
The trouble is, Mark, they get with the walking and the wind, they get so much sand on those mats that we don't have time to go down there with a brush every day or one of those sweeper things to take it. At least with the boardwalk, it sits up, and the sand will go through. And so with the walk, to me, it's more of a permanent job.
Oh, for sure.
and it's easier for the wheelchairs, or even if you're walking with your canes, you know,
I'm just afraid we could be waiting years and years for this to happen.
well, I don't know why the environment gets involved. Why would we just, how far, you say you can't go beyond the grass? You can go to the end of the grass.
Both the end of the grass is
Oh,
sort
so
of,
then from the end of the grass is the sand.
yes.
Well, then we could carry on with the Moby match.
Yeah.
So we could do it.
It's quite a
Is that-
short
is that-
distance
That's a
too.
long distance, yeah.
Yeah.
When the lake's low, that's a long distance in the summer.
Can be.
Yeah.
But
that's-
Our existing Moby mats, if you see that in the summer when the lake is low, it doesn't totally
No. it
go right
doesn't.
down to the lake either, right? So,
No, if you had the boardwalk
yes.
to the end of the, say, the grass,
Yes,
the length of a Moby mat will go into the water,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
even when it's low.
yeah.
We've got that extra piece of Moby
Yeah.
mat we're not using on the land.
Yeah.
Would that satisfy your group though? I don't know.
I brought this forward as Christy sits with us as a discussion point, and we've had an estimate for the concrete one, which is somewhere in the 80,000 or whatever it would cost. And I say, I've just recently been to Europe, England, Spain, and it works very well there for the people to walk in and for the disabled people.
What does the Moby mat?
No, the raised.
A raised boardwalk. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ideal. But you could be waiting years for.
Yeah.
Permitting.
Good ideas.
So I don't know
I think the
what,
accessibility committee, I think for me, it ties in a bit with the dike project, and to make sure it fits together, I wouldn't want to put that down and then dig it up. Or move it. It should be part of throw it in the mix with our dike project. Hopefully that's moving forward.
Yeah. And Marytown, on that
Yeah.
note, do we put something, a more accessible feature into the lagoon itself? Maybe to be more used than
we're doing a phase at a time, Mark, the
yeah.
boardwalks. The idea is Randall Park, the lagoon, and then the lake.
Yeah, because you might get your permits done faster at the lagoons, since it's not a fisheries or an environmental thing. So maybe extending from from near the plaza, that new part, for the bathrooms, we can do something better and
We
more
can
explore.
All three locations and see if that most feasible.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Pacho, on the accessibility committee.
It's gonna be just gonna ask Christy, where are we with that, Christy? It wasn't budgeted for, was it?
There's nothing budgeted for it this time. I feel confident in the accessibility plan is going to be reviewed next year.
Okay.
And so I think that between yourself as the chair and staff, that we won't forget that this got brought up, and then we'll
Right.
know a bit more about the waterfront dike infrastructure project at that time. And then can sort of try and work it into the next accessibility plan, and it'll still always be in the back of staff's minds for any funding opportunities that come up too. And as well, just really encouraging that like accessibility feedback from visitors and residents, because sometimes it's difficult to know exactly what uses people are looking to take part in at the beachfront. The lake is very cold, so in a lot of ways that may not be ideal for water recreation in like a swimming format. There may be other opportunities too that we did touch on with sort of like a accessible features at a canoe or kayak launch to be out on the water, as well as looking at the boat launch and just how anyone in a wheelchair or mobility device accesses that space. So it's definitely on staff's minds. So I think at this time, if there's nothing else that council wants in specifically in the 2026 budget, it'll be a sort of a continue to see how we can work it into anything other work that's happening there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Swan.
Marytown, sorry, just quick. This seems to me that it would be appropriate to use from the RMI fund. Maybe we can convert another project to this, maybe, you know, if we have any money left. It sounds to me like a tourism thing, an RMI thing, instead of our own money.
Potentially, yeah, there is a bit of a process, and that's why sort of the committee is always struck in advance, because there's a bit of process to go back and forth with the province if you want to change any project scopes or things like that, but definitely in a future term, they have been in support of accessibility upgrades in the past, so.
Councillor Kyle.
Thank you. Councillor Facio and Christie, would you be satisfied if you went back to the committee in January and said this was discussed at committee of the whole and that council is in support of the concept of it?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
And you know, a lot will depend on funding and whatever, but I certainly support the idea of it, so.
Yeah, there is, so like all the committees, there is a budget set aside for other other items for the disability in the village, so that's being looked at first.
But we have, you know, during the discussion today, some ideas of where we could get the funding for it, whether it be in ACCs or RMI. I mean, and that will require some more investigation, but okay.
That's great, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
G, ramp repair.
Yeah.
Esplanade Avenue.
Yeah, this one's a simple one. I think staff already looked at this. I'm gonna, it's the entrance from Shahada Street onto the beach. The ramp there is very badly cracked and broken.
Yeah.
It is a liability issue. I don't know, well, because that portion, which I hope is gonna be done with maybe the next round of RMIs, that we could do that last portion of the sidewalk and a ramp and lights to finish off that front street when that was never finished. So with the tiled sidewalk, maybe a couple of more lights and benches, and then at the Shahadas portion would have the raised ramp and crosswalk there. So, but all we're asking for at the moment is the ramp going onto the promenade. That's all. That's in a bad way.
More maintenance issue right now, or is it?
Oh, it's cracked. It needs replacing. They have. I think it's been.
I see our director of operations nodding that he's well aware of this.
I'll leave it through you, Your Worship, to Joyce.
Yeah, thanks for raising that. It definitely needs repair, so we've been reaching out for quotes, and we'll be putting that towards the 2026 budget.
Okay.
That came forward at the accessibility committee and through other residents who had actually tripped, and one lady had tripped and cracked her head actually. That happened there a few months ago. So that's in the hands of getting done. That's great. I've got nothing else to say. Okay. What else? No.
Over to you on H, lighting and hydrants on the Coons.
Yeah.
Between Emerald and McPherson.
Yeah, we're looking, it has come up in discussions, I think, when you came on board, Your Worship, regarding that is, well, there's no lights down there anyway, from the small bridge to McPherson. So I see no reason why we cannot put, like we've got in our crosswalk on the Coons, the solar lighting, instead of tremendous cost of running a line, maybe for what, 3 lights or 2 down there. Solar would work perfectly. I mean, there's a lot of places that are using solar. So I would like that looked into to save costs in regards to that. And for the hydrant portion, when the garbage dump was being decommissioned, actually, the District of Kent was involved at that time. I'm not sure why, but a gentleman by the name of Ted Weston, a well-known figure in Kent, a councillor, dug a couple of wells on the Coons to test them if the water quality was not being affected by the leaching from the old garbage dump, and it wasn't. So I'm not sure whether there'd be enough pressure in those that we could also add the hydrants, which we're going to, probably not, so that's going to be a bigger job. But I think that the lighting itself, why can't the solar?
Can I start with the water first? And I think we just went through, one of these plans would address the water and hydrants with the looping. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's the easy one. It's in one of these recommendations.
It's in the water master plan, I believe. Yeah, there's a cost estimate there. We've done preliminary design for the water main, and we're just looking for grant opportunities at the moment unless the priorities changed on that. I can also touch on the lighting. So I did a quick look into solar and wired lighting. So it really depends for solar lighting how many you want to do. From a company I reached out to, they estimate to properly light up that section would be about a couple $100,000. If you did just want to do like a less amount of lights, just add some lighting, came out to about 14,000 per light.
Per light.
Per light.
And how many would we need?
They said about, yeah,
$200,000 worth.
if you were to do
Oh,
proper
I see.
spaced lighting, but it depends how many you'd want to actually get and accomplish.
And while we've dug up the water, I'm sorry. Mayor Tom, you go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, Jace showed us the estimate when we were on the tour. And I actually was quite, there's not much of a difference with what was quoted for the solar as opposed to conventional. That would depend, I guess, on how many felt that were needed. So I'm just wondering what would the benefit be to having solar over regular?
I guess the benefit would be if you say you just want to add a couple locations with lights, then solar could be beneficial because you're not running electrical the whole way through.
Yeah.
I think if you were to do proper space lighting the entire section, you'd probably want to do like wired normal streetlights that you see around. So yeah, it would just depend quantities and how much funds you'd want to put towards it.
Okay, thank you.
Council Finance.
Thank you, Mayor Talon. Getting back to the hydrants, I think it was a medium priority. Can we say that in the next 5 years we'd have hydrants there? I think it's important because a couple of years ago there was that barn fire and they had to relay with the bladders and the trunks in front of your place. So it'd be nice to have something along Macom's, at least a couple from the corner, and then maybe one more towards the Spirit Trail.
If I read the master plans correctly, very high, medium, and low all have timeframes attached to them. So being medium is 5 to 10.
That's correct. 5 to 10. I mean, that could be changed though. Like, I think that looks mostly at our the water system in general. It doesn't really factor in as much for like maybe wildfire resiliency or anything like that. So that could be adjusted based on council's priority, but that's the general timeline that the master plan identifies.
I would look to try and leverage some grant funding from the Fire Smart or fire resiliency side of things. Certainly it would provide additional protection to the RV park downtown.
Right. Oh, from the backside.
And this year, to me, in my opinion, is a combination project. It would be something while we're there putting in pipe in the ground, we may as well be putting street lights.
Conduit for.
And then we'll pave it over.
Council Patchen.
The new fancy abbreviated name we got for bonusing, what's it called?
For what, sorry?
Bonusing, what's it called now?
Oh, the ACC?
ACC, that can be used for hydrants.
Yeah, I mean,
It says fire protection.
Yeah, fire protection, I think that's more to do with policing. Policing and fire, like a fire hall, capital.
Yeah.
Oh,
Trucks, ladders.
Why are you like play around with that?
Yeah, that's called wordsmith.
Yeah. And my other question is, what would be the cost if Hydro put a couple of lights down the Coombs, but we only pay like we do with the ones on Hot Springs Road, we just pay a monthly rental of it?
Yeah.
I see. May have an answer, information.
BC Hydro does have a program in place, so staff would just need to do a bit more research and find out some answers on that, where they sort of support you hosting a streetlight off of their hydro poles and then charge accordingly. So that is one thing that
That's another.
we're,
There are no
yeah.
poles down that stretch.
No, but they would, I'm not saying we're to put them in, but if they put the infrastructure in, they put all the poles on Hot Springs Road and the odd ones we have on Lillooet,
Yeah.
we just pay the monthly, whatever, quarterly, whatever they charge, that's all we pay for.
Yeah, it's a lease, they call these are lease debits.
Lease, whatever.
And, there most likely it would be something that the village would take
Might
on.
be another avenue to look at.
Perhaps there is, there could be a funding opportunity there.
Yeah, that's just an option, that's what, yeah, anything to save us money.
We do have to remember, sorry if I could.
Go ahead.
I think we had a delegation a couple months ago from the lady from the women's safety.
Yes.
Battered women. And, I think we all identified and agreed that it's an important item that we make sure that used walkways are well lit and that people feel safe. So,
Absolutely.
so I agree with you.
We added several extra lights on Hot Springs Road years ago for that reason, of nighttime walking.
And down McCombs, that walkway is very popular. And people are walking constantly down there.
Okay, so no direction, just back staff?
It's in our work plan.
Okay, thank
yeah,
you.
It's kind of we got you.
With the master plan, and I think I heard the director of operations say it might
Well,
be. a
thanks very
combined-
much. Thank you.
Councilor Patrick.
Leo, I think you did a lot better today than I did yesterday. I was 0 for 6 yesterday.
I don't think you're keeping score.
Oh, I am.
Okay.
Takes us to item 6 on our agenda. Motion to adjourn.
Yes, sir.
Moved by Councilor Pasco. Discussion, all in favor of adjourning. And we are adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Hey, guys, can I have a quick